I'll support you. Hello, everybody. Hello, how are you guys doing today? Harvest, Yellow Ring, Jacob, hello. Oh, hey! Sarah, thank you so much for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Your streak is a birthed baby. Congratulations. And Harvest, thank you as well for resubscribing as an Alacritus Alchemist. Welcome back to the fold. I am excited about the animated emotes, okay? I'm very excited about them. Oh, that's an adorable ditto. I love it. I love it. Baby streak. But yes, animated emotes, very excited. Also now everybody has access to the potty emote, as well as the egg and the boss emotes. I think that's all of them. Did I want some egg? Yes. And I'm in the process of hopefully talking to the old emote artist, our old emote artist, Wembler, to see if they're willing to do more. So like, hopefully we'll be getting more because I actually have a bunch more emote slots. And Twitch is really going out of their way, and I'm ready to take advantage of it. Getting fancy with the emotes. Me too. Me too, Yellow Ring. And the pumpkin's so cute. How could you not be happy? It's gonna be so good during spooky games and Halloween. Yes, I am, by the way, 2.5 cat books in. 2.5 cat books into my overall. I bought the Encyclopedia of Cats. I'm hoping that that will slow me down. Pumpkin does live on forever. It's true. Good morning, Mysterio! Nice groovin'. Cat books. Cat books. I am slash we are considering getting cats again. And I am just trying to delay the inevitable. I am trying to delay the inevitable by saying I cannot get a cat until after I finish reading these cat books. Cat Mom Kara, that is correct. That is correct about that, yes. Well, I wasn't sure if there was, I found a good book by the American College of Veterinary Behavioralists. And I actually am finding out some things I didn't know. Most of it is stuff that I did know, but there's like, there's little things that they figured out in research recently. So that's pretty cool. How's everybody else's Tuesday going? Happy Thanksgiving week for fellow Americans, and for everybody else, that's what you get. Oh, when is anything ever as good as creator to creator? When is anything that you create ever as good as you wanted it to be? Because me right now, very, very much feeling that level. Yeah, American Thanksgiving. If I see anything, oh, sure, they have touched on it, but I don't know that they've said anything interesting, so I'll let you know if they say anything that's like particularly interesting. Most of what they've said is like, cats communicate via pheromones and we don't know enough about that. And like, that's it. Ooh, yes, sure. What game would she be in? Oh my god, Pumpkin could, it's really not about what game would Pumpkin be in. It's about what game would be able to accommodate the greatness that is Pumpkin. It requires a specific tone, a specific texture. It requires coziness and wholesomeness, I feel like, and magic. And then that'll be a game that Pumpkin's in. Every pianist, never. Literally never. It's, yeah. Pumpkin, she's got, yep, on a Blu-ray disc. I put together a string of just like Pumpkin videos, put it on a Blu-ray disc, and ship it out to people across the world. Pumpkin's best moments. A spooky game with life lesson overtones, entirely possible, entirely possible. Pumpkin's like the witchy protagonist. Pumpkin lives in a pumpkin and does magic. Bam. I guess technically those should be reversed. It should be like the magic first and then pumpkin doing the magic like that. Shout out to, by the way, shout out to John / Kymaton / the artist for Pride vs. Prejudice, who is the person who did those animated, the animated 8-bit emotes. Pumpkin coming out of the pumpkin and the magic. Shout out to John. Pumpkin would be interested in a side scroller demanding pets, treats, and love from passersby. There, yeah. Yeah, honestly, sounds like a very wholesome game. Here, let's shout out. Bam. John actually does stream, and John streams the Pixel Cafe, where actually what you can do is you can go in and you can request a short piece of art or a short animation, and John will just like whip it up for you in like 5 minutes like it's nothing. It's very impressive. Also from John, very good emotes. I recommend it. It's a good time. And also you can really, I challenged John to make a twerking water bottle. And they did. So you should really, the many things. Enjoy your lurk, Mysterio. Guiding a young apprentice through the guild of witches and wizards. Yeah, that sounds like something she would like to do. Pumpkin needs to be surrounded by lots of love. A twerking water bottle! Did you not see it on Twitter? I'm just kidding, this happened several months ago. Didn't it? Oh god. Time. A twerking water bottle, and you too can challenge John, if you want to. By going to twitch.tv/Kymaton. Okay, good, I'm glad Time, honestly. Can you believe that Black Friday is about to happen? Does anybody have Black Friday plans? Who cares about Thanksgiving plans? What are your Black Friday plans? It's either Friday or Sundays. Yeah! Sarah's, I didn't realize that you were an official host. Well, if Sarah's an official host, then you guys have no excuse for not going, because Sarah and John are two of the best people in the world, so. Don't know what to tell you. All right, so, let's get ready for Wind Waker. So, where we're at is essentially that, well, we are missing a lot of things still from the last... Hey! Official GVG, hello! Welcome on in to the stream. Oh, oops. I did the wrong one. Let me try this again. Boop, boop, boop. Bam. Oh, Mario Luigi Superstar Saga! Oh, that sounds awesome. Welcome on in, everybody, from GVG, and I hope you enjoyed the game. It sounds very good. We are getting ready to start back in on our Wind Waker Randomizer playthrough. I was actually just about to summarize the things that we have found and what we need left to beat the game. So you've come in at a very good time. I won't have to repeat myself. So here, let me get ready to swap over to the game side of things in a moment. Aw, thank you, Sonic Joe. That's very kind. The raid has been canceled. I tried to thank official GVG for the raid, and I accidentally tried to raid them instead, so that's why I canceled the raid. My bad. All right, here we are. Do I want to become famous? The answer every time is no. I feel like I should just block the phrase, do you want to become famous, in my chat so that nobody has to waste their time on it ever again. Can I just say that I think that Wind Waker has some of the best music in the entire Zelda franchise? Actually, and listen, no shade to Breath of the Wild meant. I really enjoyed Breath of the Wild, but that was one area where I was disappointed in Breath of the Wild, is that the music was not, I mean, you know, it was more like that atmospheric, esoteric thing. There really wasn't any music, aside from the towns. All right, so. You'd rather be loved than famous. I'd just rather not. Or rather, I'd rather be famous for my work. Let's put it that way. It's not that I don't want to be famous, it's just that I want my work to be famous and not me personally. We'll do it that way. Well, Majora's Mask is my second favorite, so I will agree with you as well, Mac the Ox. To be honest, I'm not a fan of World of Warcraft. My main experience with Warcraft is Warcraft 3, and that's what the alert is the reference to. But all right, so we have been playing this randomizer for quite some time now. And while we have not found very many items that like we need to use in dungeons, what we have found is almost every single like thing that we need in order to just be able to go fight and kill Ganon. So right now, we have the full Triforce, the fully powered up Master Sword, the mirrored shield, the power bracelets. We have almost all the songs. We're just missing the one for Medley's dungeon. We only have one of the 3 pearls, but I don't think that it matters. We already beat the Tower of the Gods, and we already have access to the bottom of Hyrule anyways. And then we have our Deku Leaf, 30 bombs, the Skull Hammer, 60 arrows with fire and ice powers, the hook shot, the mailbag, the iron boots, the grappling hook, the deluxe Picto box, and 1 singular bottle. So the only thing that we are really missing in order to be able to actually beat this game, the light arrows. Those are the only things that we are missing. So we are going to basically, I don't know, I guess scour every possible place that we possibly can in order to find the light arrows. I don't know, when it comes down to you just need 1 extra thing in a randomizer. I'm going to avoid the Wind Temple with everything that I have because I hate that temple. Oh god. I hate that temple. And so we're just gonna see if I can complete this randomizer without beating all the temples because I don't want to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Minish Cap. I love Minish Cap. Yes. Minish Cap is another one of my favorites. So, yes, good job. You correctly guessed my taste. Oh, Twilight. Oh, yeah, Twilight Princess. I don't play the games. I watch other people talk about them. Honestly, I am that way with a lot of games. That's like me in Resident Evil. I've never played a Resident Evil. I also don't really desire to. Horror is not my jam. But, really? Man! Yellowring, why you gotta be like that? Alright, so we've already beaten the dungeon that's located here in the Forest Haven. And I'm actually going back in because I'm gonna do the, what is it? The, like, Deku Tree quest? The Deku Tree side quest? I'm gonna have to, like, pull up a little guide to remind me of where exactly I need to go. But that's our next goal. Hey, Ken of Red Lions! How are you? Thank you for resubscribing, King. Welcome back to the fold. It has a charming story that's underappreciated. I've actually genuinely heard that. Fuzz. Alright, let's drink. Hey, Warren! How are you doing? How have you been? Warren, why are you streaming again? You said you were never gonna stream again. Why are you streaming again? Also, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Alright, so I think I'm allowed to... Oh, let me go get waist deep. Hell yeah. Alright, so let me go look it up. Who's streaming? Not Warren. Warren, you've definitely been streaming though. I've seen it. And also I'm going to slightly tweak that up. Okay. Forest Haven Deku Tree quest. Yes, the withered trees. All right. I've got all the islands. We're gonna be ready to go. You like Midna? Midna, and I've also heard that the Twilight Princess, no spoilers please in the comments, but Twilight Princess is one of the best Princess Zeldas as well. All right, I'm sorry, Warren. I must have misunderstood. Okay. Well, sorry, I'm trying to get the list of locations up, but also I want to see the chat at the same time. And my ambitions are not going well for me. Oh God. All right, I'll just leave it like that. Okay, let's go to the let's go to Cliff Plateau Isles. We've got to go into the secret cavern, and that's really the hardest place that we have. So if we make it to the Cliff Plateau Isles, then we're good. Weren't you gonna go see Rocksmith, like the band, play recently, Warren? Wasn't that it? Hey, hello, Ruby. Hi, Cece. Twilight Princess Zelda is the one they used in Smash. It's correct. All right, goodbye. Womp, 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 womp. I'm pretty sure that when you get good at this quest, you end it with 8 minutes to spare or something. So I'm not overly concerned. Where is the Cliff Plateau Isles? Oh, it's right there. Well, off we go. Hey, happy vacation! Oh man, it started on Tuesday, or did it begin today? Either way, nice. We are doing trees. It's true. Charming. Okay. Is this Cliff Plateau Isles? It is. All right, we're in. Thank you! I'm very excited about them as well. I hope you've been doing well too, Ruby. I don't have time to get the mail, but I will get the mail. 3 letters? Oh, this was a mistake. Okay. We could get plot-related items in the mail. Okay. Okay, Tingle gave me a golden feather for my non-existent spoils bag. Okay, this is my little sister's letter. She gave me $5. That's kind. Thanks. I guess it's, it's something. This is from that one. All right, so nothing. What? Nothing particularly important. Well, though, I think that's all of the mail quests. I'm pretty sure that's all of the items that we can get from the mail, so I think we're good there, at least. Can I just... Okay, I can. I like that one too! Oh yay, I'm glad you guys like them! We have a lot of new emotes. Technically they're old emotes, but you now have access to them. They're older emotes. The animated emotes I've had. Important story, everybody has the emotes now, and all of the bit emotes are now available for everybody as well. So nobody has to pay more than the $5 to access any of the emotes. Which also means that Coop's Charrot potty mouth emote is available and accessible to everybody, which makes me very happy because it's a very good, very well done emote, and I was sad. I was sad that so few people could use it before. I remember making it through most of this place. And I couldn't make it to the last spot because I did not have a Deku Leaf. But now I do. Isn't that great? Yay! All right. Diggle did wipe out my entire game, it's true. All right, hello. Womp, 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 womp. Rad. Was there anything else that I needed to see while I was up here? Yes, a treasure chest. Thank God I looked around with my eyeballs. Oh, good! I'm so glad! Oh, nice. I needed that. Good. Because Twitch functionally off bits. No, not because they functionally off bit. Hang on. Next spot. Next place to go is Shark Island. All right. Southern Fairy Island warp. Here we come. Nope. Wrong screen. There we go. There we go. There we go. Southern Fairy Island. Oh, Aggro! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold as well. I apologize. I'm afraid to look away. I'm afraid of the timers. I don't like quests with timers. I'm not good at quests with timers. This is the GameCube version, yes. The movement upgrades you actually come with in the randomizer because they're so kind. Although you can choose to start like without them and also without the sword if you want to. Well, I'm not sure if you could actually start without the Ballad of Gales. I don't know. And less bloom. It's true, there's much less bloom than in the Wind Waker version. Where is, there.
Yep.
All right. This will be bottle number 2, and then the next place that we're going is Great Fish Isle. All right. Ah, every time.
Yep.
Oh, the hook shot and the rope. Yes, the big thing that we got last stream is the Deku Leaf. We finally found the Deku Leaf. Where was it again? I don't remember. Not in a place that I thought I needed to look. I'll tell you that. It was the most satisfying to complete, but not seeing like the sad and depressed like trees anymore. You genuinely couldn't tell? That's awesome. I will say, yes, the art style holds up really well. I can tell on my screen that it's not very good, but like it doesn't diminish your enjoyment. You know, it's not an ugly game. It's really not an ugly game by any stretch of the imagination. Here you go. Oh, the ice. Oh man, your stream cut? That sucks. Needle Rock Island, sail southwest. Okay. Damn it, every time. There we go. There was also a piece of heart you said that I could get somewhere. I'm letting it go. Needle Rock Island's next. Let's sail southwest, my friend. Turn this way, is that right? Yes. Nope. Yes. Southwest. Probably... Okay, just, alright, somewhere off in this direction. Maybe it's that. I don't know if it's that, though. We'll see. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. That makes sense, Mac, yeah. 30 and 60 FPS? I don't know that I can, either. Is this the island? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, no, I guess that's the island. Alright. Obi-Wan! As it turns out, graphics hold up well as long as they're not hyper-realistic. I guess, like, in a counterintuitive way, graphics that really tried to push the edge of, like, what a graphic, like, what, you know, was graphically pretty and all of that. I don't know that I've been to this island, and I'm weirded out by the fact that I don't think I've been here before, because I thought I went to all of the islands. And I don't think that we've done this one. So remind me that we have to come back to Needle Rock Island. Yeah, remind me that we have to come back here because we have what it takes to finish it, I guess. The fruit for the seagull. We still don't even have the fruit for the seagulls. Freaking. Thanks! I'm very excited about them. All right, wait, I didn't check where I needed to go next. I need to go. Oh! All right, sure. Easy peasy. We're going to my own private oasis. Oh, which I have something else that I can do now that we have the fire and ice arrows there too. Hi, Connor. Same, sorry, same. Also, I just like cute things. Cute things tend to be... Oh yeah, we still haven't unlocked the Tower of the Gods. I forgot. We beat the dungeon, but we don't have the tower. Go. All right, I think that we'll be fine though, mostly because we have the new sail. Ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. We're out here saving the environment. Okay, but realistically, like, of all of the actions that Link takes in over the course of this game, second only to literally saving the world, this is probably the best thing that he could do for the entire world, because he's like basically creating landmass for them, isn't he? Oh, there it is. I was going the wrong way. He's creating like a whole future for them. Honestly, the Great Sea theme is a really great pick because it's very... I don't know that I've ever gotten tired of the Great Sea theme. I've gotten tired with sailing, but not with the music. Alright, from the private oasis, we are going to Eastern Fairy Island. All right. No, no, Link, no, stop, bad. All right. All right, and then after this, we will go to Mother and Child Isles. Oh, character movement. Making sure that the character movement lines up. Ah! Damn it! I got east and west mixed up! Ah! Damn it! I'm sorry, I wasn't taught my directions well. I'm like... Okay, I'm the kid who both still has to go north, south, east, west, and I still have to go January, February... March, April, May, June, July. I still have to like count on my fingers in order to know months and stuff like that. So this is really not out of the ordinary. Yeah, you get, I don't remember if you originally get a piece of heart for this. You do originally get something, though. Did I go to the wrong? Oh, fudge. Where was I supposed to go? I think I just went to the wrong place twice. Eastern Fairy Island! Damn it, where am I? Huh? Why is Eastern Fairy Island north? Damn it, let go. Yep. Fudge. It's fine. We're probably still doing great on time. Let's go. This way? Yes, go. Well, great sea theme, here we come. It screams adventure for hours. It truly does. I don't remember any of the music from Phantom Hourglass. Honestly, I remember liking everything about Phantom Hourglass except for the central dungeon. Hey, Watley! I've been doing pretty all right, I would say. Things are... Yeah, turn. Things are going pretty well. They're looking up. I've been spending a lot of time focusing on my mental health lately, though. And so eventually I'll be able to like come back out of this and like fully re-engage with the world. And instead, right now, I have like one leg out of the water. One leg. So I'm inching back in there. We'll see. Who knows if I will ever go on Twitter again. Hello, boat. All right, mother and child isle from Tingle Island. It is a piece of heart. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Not enough spoons? Actually, I'm regaining spoons really, really well. It's less that and more that, like... I guess at the moment, because I'm focusing so hard on my mental health, I'm kind of like... I don't have the emotional bandwidth to be able to give to other people the way that I want to. And so I have retreated from other people... until I am able to, like, emotionally, like, be available for them, basically. I want to be able to, like, fully engage in things when I come back. And so if I'm still kind of, like, not really making enough space for things, I don't want to come back, I don't want to come back until I, you know, can be fully present, basically. PTSD's a trip, by the way. It's a real trip. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm excitedly looking forward to when I can re-engage, though. When I can, like, stop being so focused on me and I can focus on other people again. I think that's gonna be fun. The last island was, Star Island. So it was the one up here, right? North? Hello? Up? There we are. North. That's where we're going. We're going north. All right, go. Don't worry, the island will get out of your way. They'll get out of the way. There we are. Wonder how much time we have left. Oh God, we're fine. I didn't need to be stressed at all. I don't even know who that is. Engage with the world, gross. Twitter isn't the place to frequent. You're correct. You're correct. I feel that, Yellow Ring. I feel that. I'm on year 7, I think. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting close. I hope we get good loot. Honestly, I would be kind of jazzed if we... Where am I? Oh, wrong. Wrong. There. I would be jazzed if we could get... Don't explode next to me, all right? It's very disrespectful. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I don't even know what I was saying anymore. Here we go. Yay! For real? A reward for getting all 5 Tingle statues. It's 500 rupees. Wait, you get an award for all 5 Tingle statues? Aw, do I have to go back and get the other Tingle statue? You know what? I probably do. I think I can buy the other Tingle statue from the beetle ship. I mean, at least it's money. Where'd my boat go? I never know where I park my boat on this island. There you are. Oh, then I like Lineback. He's great. All right, let's... Hey, Glenn, how are you doing? Let's go to do that then. Okay, so there were like 6 things that I just said I wanted to do. I guess we'll go buy the thing from Beetle first. The Lootin' Tootin' Jazzed Adventurer. Tingle is the least favorite. I wish I could say that I hated Ganondorf the most, but I really don't. Ganondorf's kind of a cool guy. We've discussed this. We've discussed how kind he was to give us so many little, you know, to keep hiring incompetent staff to reward us after we kill his pets. You know, he's really not a bad guy. I think people are too harsh on Ganon, personally. Don't I need to like shoot everybody? Oh, right, and it's Needle Rock, not Islet of Steel. I gotta go to the Needle Rock. No, wait, isn't it? It's not Needle Rock, it's... Rock Spot. Damn it, it's north! I don't know what's wrong with my sense of direction this stream. I don't know why I'm thinking everything's in a different square than it was the last 5 times I played. It's fine, we're doing well. How goes Waking the Winds? The only thing that we need to be able to complete this randomizer at this very moment are the light arrows. That's the only, those are the only things that we need. And so the randomizer is technically going quite well. Except that we need to find it. And I really don't want... Oh, ghost ship? Oh, wait. Are we just running into the ghost ship on the open sea? Hello, ghost ship. Oh, wait. How do you... Is it not a full moon? It's not a full moon. All right. Well, at some point we're gonna come back and we're gonna mess with the ghost ship. But I guess not today. Kidnapped. Oh, don't worry about that. He didn't hurt him in the end. Oh wait, we're not going north. No. Again, an apologist. I have the map to get on the ghost ship. Oh, you don't need the full moon? Oh! See, stop, turn around, go back to the ghost ship. Go back to the ghost ship. We do have the map, I just haven't opened it. That might have been why. I haven't opened most of our sea charts, actually. Okay. We haven't been to the Great Ferry at Link's home island either! Say what? Okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't know what most of these things are. Let's go back for the ghost ship. Where's the ghost ship? Go back. Here! Where are you? Where are you, my friend? I want to board your ship. It's very cool looking. Hello? Whoa, is that it over there? No. Huh. Oh, I'm near? Where is it? Where is it? Does that mean it was more over this way? Where is it? To my right? Oh. Yay! We got on it this time! Okay. Alright. I'm gonna shoot you so hard now that I have a bow, you have no idea. Oh damn, this is gonna be annoying as hell, isn't it? I'm just gonna wait on that guy. I'm just gonna kill him first. Lord knows he's the most annoying thing in this room. No, stop! Aim. Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, damn. I did walk right into that. Hello. Alright, there we go. Next. ghost ship was gonna be more exciting than that, but all right, all right. Oh, you keep seeing it but can't point it out in time to respond. Fair. Oh! That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a great thing that we got. I think there's some puzzles that you can't beat without having that. Okay, so let's go find Beetle. ₹5, nice. We do, we have the leaf. We got the leaf last stream. We finally got the leaf. Oh, thank God we got the leaf. Barking Mad, I'm not actually sure that this is longer than the first one that I did. First of all, because I've missed streams here and there, but second of all, because the second randomizer I did, I definitely played like 30 hours of that split between 3 streams. So this one has taken me like 5 streams, but each of those streams has been about 4 hours, so I think it's still less overall. Forbidden Tingle. All right, this is actually the last Tingle statue that we needed. So I think that this means that I will be able to go back to the Tingle Island and he should give me something. Plus I need him to like interpret all of my maps anyways. So let's try that. That's fair, Violet. That's fair. Honestly, we've put a lot of money into this. I wish that Tingle would be kinder. All right, let's see what Tingle's siblings have to say. And like the not siblings. Damn it. Okay, so a C chart and 50 rupees. All right, so what else would be in the new Triforce charts, I wonder? Oh my God, are they really that expensive? You suck, Tingle. You're the worst. I don't have that kind of money, Tingle. I'm trying to save the world, not get rich. How dare you? You can't trust Tingle at all. He says he likes fairies, but then he doesn't give me a discount. It's rude. All right, so now let's go back to Link's Island, Outset Island. There's a few things we can do on Outset Island now, actually. So let's go. Ah! Sorry. That's my, oh, it's foaming. It's like foaming out of the top. That's my water. Cheers, Mysterio. I don't know, he's still making his sibling slash friend push around the big thing. I still can't do the thing with the pig because I don't have the bait bag. And I don't even know where I'm gonna find the bait bag. Like, where is the bait bag? Oh, he was created for a Japanese audience, and the Japanese audience apparently really actually loves Tingle a lot. I think it's a case of cultural differences not translating super well. I really don't like Tingle. Tingle is not, yeah, I don't like Tingle either. So I do agree. Whee! Oh. Just kidding. What happens if I go this way then? Go try to get the big head. Let's go see if we can get it to the big head. Ew. Oh. Hey, I intended this from the start. This was definitely the first place I was gonna go. So. I would like to play Tingle's games as well. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, let me actually... I don't think that I suggested that I don't think that I made it so that anything appears in the Savage Labyrinth, but let me check. Let me check with my Windwaker Randomizer tracker. Anyways, just to make sure. Oh, open the pop-up window, please. Allow the pop-up. There we go. All right. Is there something within the Savage Labyrinth? No. No, there is not. Thank God. Okay, so I actually don't even need to be here at all. I was actually just incorrect. I'm also, hang on, I'm going through, I'm gonna click on some of these other things that we've gotten so far. We got the leaf again. All right, we're good. All right, back in. All right. So we have, I think we also, oh, but we don't have the bait bag. Yeah, so we can't do the pig thing because we still don't have the bait bag, and God only knows where we're gonna discover the bait bag. I'm wondering if this is gonna be one of those randomizer runs where we just don't need to do entire gaps of the game. We might be able to finish Dragon Roost Cavern now, though, because we have the Deco Leaf, and I think that was how they were expecting me to get past not having access to the small key that I was supposed to have access to. I think that's what I was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, it's not just a dot. It's like a magical beam that creates an infinity symbol. A Tingle-themed dating sim? Who do you think Tingle goes for? Like, for some reason I can't see Tingle trying to date anybody except for like great fairies and fairies. Or maybe like a Kokiri, so I don't know. I don't know about that. All right, let's try it from here then. I love that from this stone you can see where the head is supposed to be. Whee! We've done it! You could date an Anthro Rupee. The phone doesn't do animations? Boo. I wonder, that's probably something they're gonna try to fix. But then who would pay the bills, Fuzzborn? Hello. Give me something good. You could give me the light arrows. We could end this randomizer right here. Although I wouldn't mind having more like health first. Or maybe the... Ay! Be careful what you wish for. Bye. Hey, we've got 11 hearts now though. That's something. I think I have an empty bottle. Or just have water in this bottle, so let me get rid of it and put a fairy in there. Hype. Yes, back to Needle Rock. Okay, Needle Rock is next. Ah, leave me alone, all of you. Go! Woo! Sounds like you hurt yourself. You played yourself. That's what I hear. It was magic forest water, though. Do you have anything that I can buy? Like, can I buy? Because isn't normally how you get the bait bag, you buy the bait from Beetle and he gives you it? Isn't that normally how it goes? I guess not. Bye. Bye. That disrespectful, Mac. Oh, thank you. I do enjoy it. All right, where is Needle Rock? Wait, Needle Rock was like over here? No. Oh, right, I can go back to my oasis as well. I gotta remember to go back to the oasis after Needle Rock. Where is Needle Rock? Oh, there it is. All right. Here we go. Link's a magical hero with the power of the Triforce in his hand. Oh, we can? Oh, but I think that there was at least one thing that we could do at Needle Rock because we don't have enough for the fruit, but... I mean, we don't have the bait bag, but I do have the fire arrows and there was a chunk of ice that I think covers a hole that you can go down. I think. Also, Aelbard Zoloman, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Violet, you should have been here for the last stream when I was talking about the Taiwanese drama Meteor Garden that got relaunched. An anime you also would not have liked, but it is hilarious to watch. The live action drama pretend to fix it. All right, let's go and try to burn this down. Yay! Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gap Romance is like tends to be like a very, like, very culturally... What is this? What? What do you want from me? What? Is this... Have I not been here before? Huh? Am I supposed to, like, shoot all these with a fire arrow? Am I supposed to, like, find all of the torches and then... Ah, maybe I do. Maybe I do need to find all the torches and light them with an arrow. Ha! Oh, which explains why they were giving me so many. Okay, okay, well, would that it were easier to aim. I guess that's the puzzle. There we go, that counted. Hopefully I don't need to do this on a certain timetable because that would be just cruel. Oh, yeah! I forgot. I didn't watch Gossip Girls or Pretty Little Liars, but my friends did, and I completely forgot, but you're right. Like, I remember them talking about that. That is really weird. That is super weird. I don't know why they did that. I don't know. I do think that it's like, I think it is a thing where it's like your mileage may vary based off of like where you come from and also maybe like what time period you were born in, because I think that like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the opinion of age gaps has changed over time. But I also know that it differs a lot. Like in Germany, they don't care. They don't care at all. I've inherited a little bit of my like European blasé-ness within reason. Go. Nope. Go. Nope. Go. Hell yeah! Where's the last one? Oh, it's over there. No. So I'm supposed to shoot this and then go look for a boat? Oh no, I get a treasure chest right here. All right, well I guess this island must have 2 treasure chests then. What do we get in this one? Grand. I feel that, Violet, I feel that. Link himself should be a secret unlockable romance. Anthro-Rupi Beetle, one of Tetris pirates, a fishman rival cartographer, one of the aliens that abduct cows from the Romani Ranch, Majora's Mask, a sassy Bokoblin, Tsundere Deku Scrub. It's sounding just like the like Wendy's dating sims, and you know, just like all of the other cash-ins. I don't know what you would describe that, but like the corporate dating sims. Oh, well, they were nice and they put my boat right over there for me and I didn't even see him. All right, so next was the private oasis. Let's go. You right, Yellow Ring. You right. You very right. All right. Have you ever combined the two, Cece? Like, I know, listen, I know that that might sound weird, but have you ever tried to eat both in one meal and mix the mac and cheese with the mashed potatoes? Because it's pretty good. But also mac and cheese. I don't know that I would have liked a dating sim feature in Zelda though. You know, actually, so like, I would have loved that in theory, but in practice, with the time period that the game came out in, I think it would have killed it for me. It probably would have killed it for me. So, I guess I'm glad they didn't do it, but like, if they had done it well, I would have liked it a lot. I would have liked it a lot. Ooh, Max got a really great point there. Max got a really great point. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, maybe I just need like a bottle with water in it. I'll try that. Bye, Hillary. Man, now that's just rude. Now that's just rude, Whatley. And in the end, we will kill Tingle so he will never be a character again because nobody will like him after that. Thank you, Marketin. Random indeed. I mean, we are definitely trying to find... will this work? No? I don't understand. How am I supposed to stop the fire then? We didn't start the fire. Oops. Not what I was trying to do. Okay, I wish I could. There we go. Change the angle. Can I talk to you? No, I can't. Can I get in here? Okay. Oh, is it you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Yeah, I'm right that you can get in there without doing the slide puzzle, right? You don't have to do the slide puzzle? Oh, damn it. Oh, hell. We had the ability to do this the whole time, didn't we? Didn't we? Here, I thought they were gonna let me shoot ice arrows in my own house. It's rude. It's rude. Oh, for rupees? Okay. to pour water on it? I wish that would work. It should have worked. I'm assuming that's actually where I climb out of if I mess up, so I'm gonna skip it. Just kidding. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go down it, obviously. That's what I'm gonna do, because that's the only thing that makes sense to do. So I'm gonna do it. All right. Let's go see what's over this way. And then over this way. To the left, to the left. All right, what happens if I... I'll be able to pay my debts to Tingle. All right. To the left, to the left. Everything you own, follow in the left wall. In a labyrinth, that's where you're stuck. Follow the left wall and you won't stop. Keep following that left-hand wall. That's a lot of money. Can you walk and crawl at the same time, man? It's left, that's on that jag. I'm like forgetting the words. All right, let's see where we are. All right. What happens if I smash these? A smash. Ooh, and I smash again. A smash. A smashy smash. All right, and we are going to the left, to the left. So far, following the left wall has been pretty great for us. So, hey! What? Oh my god, it was under here? Okay, now we can beat the Earth God's Temple with Medley, so that's good. So then what's through here? Oh. Pain? Rats? Looks like rats. Different rats. Where am I? It keeps going, actually. I thought we were done, but there's more. So where does this one go, then? Oh my god. This place is very much a labyrinth. I guess there's a third place that we need to get to. Is this a trap? It kind of looks like a trap. I'm not gonna go down it. Let's go this way then, because I can climb out of it and go back if I want to. All right. To the left, to the left. I see. Oh, I'm back where I was before. I'm back where I once was. So then I can go back this way, I think. And then this way. And then this way. And then this way. No, wrong way. All right, I can go back this way. And then this way. And then this way. All right, we're back in the spot. Maybe I'll go down the trap well, because it seems like maybe the trap well was not as much of a trap as I thought it was. All right. I mean, so far this has been quite a fruitful trip for us. Okay, let's go back up this way. A better sense of tunnel. To the left, babe. Don't give me credit when the Queen Beyonce deserves it instead. Ah! Oh, gross. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Stop it, please. You're next. Oh, I hate these. Y'all sure do take a while to die. All right, there we go. We can clear the Earth Temple. Yes. All right, does this take me to the final frontier? The last little thorn skullhammer switch? Ooh! I was supposed to get a sword piece? I mean a Triforce piece here? Damn, alright, what'd we get? What'd we get instead? I hope it's something good. There's supposed to be a Triforce piece here, so should be something good. Well, at least it wasn't a rupee. So I'll take it. Alright, I think that's probably everything we needed to get under here then. I'm going home to the place where I belong. All of my music references are outdated by several decades. This is not a dungeon, this is underneath the private oasis. Or a treasure chart, you're right, yes. Thank goodness it was not a treasure chart. Was there supposed to be an easier way out of this? Whatever. I'll go straight and then left, I think. Was that right? Did I get it right? Hell yeah, I did. Who knows? Who knows how I did that? My brain did it for me. No, it's the wrong one. No, it's the right one? It's the... No, I just don't know how to get out. That's the answer. Where am I? Where am I going? Where is home? Chris Daughtry? Yeah, I wonder whatever happened to that guy. I mean, I wish him the best. They used that one song for, like, the most prominent season of American Idol that I can remember, so I hope he got a lot of money off of that. Because he basically Taylor wrote them that song. I don't want to die, though. I don't think I've died yet during this. Ah! Yay! Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Keep living your dream, dude. I mean, listen, he suffered through American Idol. He deserves to enjoy his dreams. Did he win? Was he one who won, or was he one who, like, got sent home early? I don't even remember. It's fine. Is American Idol still going? Do people still watch it, or is it all like 60-year-olds? What are people watching nowadays? And it's like ever since Game of Thrones happened, I feel completely disconnected from like, what's the thing we're all supposed to be watching? Is there a thing we're all supposed to be watching now? I was gonna go, hang on, I was gonna go do something. Let me fill up my tracker because I haven't been filling out the tracker and there's a lot of stuff we've just taken care of here. Forest Grove. All right, yep, we got the mailbox stuff. We got that and we got that. Okay, so we actually can still get 3 more letters from the mail. So we're not actually done yet. There's some other things that we would need we would need to complete other quests in order for those things to happen. Yes, we did those two, and we've completely done the Tower of the Gods, which is good. We're done with the Tower of the Gods. We've almost finished the Forbidden Woods, if I'm remembering right. Okay, and then on the Great Sea, we got the Wither Trees and we got the Ghost Ship. Okay, so we are actually doing really well. I think we can also go back to Dragon Roost Island. There should be something that we can see in, like, we can fly to with the Deku Leaf. I feel like I'm so out of touch with how to use the Deku Leaf right now, to be honest with you, because it's been so long. And we did Ice Cave Isle. We got everything that we needed there. Yeah, we did that as well. Okay. Oh, we can finish playing golf on Horseshoe Island! Oh my god, let's go play golf. Let's go play golf. Hell yeah. Is the thing? Oh, Squid Game? Oh, Squid Game's the thing. Alright. I've been feeling like I've been out of touch with, like, pop culture or whatever. Like, I mean, I know it's because of the pandemic, right? The pandemic, like, disrupted everything, and so now it feels like everything is disconnected. But it feels like pop culture doesn't have an identity right now. Maybe it's also because we started another decade, and as far as I can remember, every time we start a new decade, like, pop culture takes a hot second to try to figure out what the hell it is that they want to sell us this decade. Like, I remember this around, like, 2010, 2011, and I remember it around 2000, 2001, where it was just like, we don't know what to do! Throw everything at the wall! We haven't figured out what the tone is for this decade. So, like, maybe that's where we're at. I don't know. Oh, yeah! Taylor Hicks! God. I don't know anything about Taylor Hicks anymore. America's Got Talent. Still doing their thing. All right. Oops. My bad, just trying to throw this. Oops. Just missing. I've noticed that for sure, like, pop culture that is derived from TikTok. Can we talk about how, like, TikTok is influencing fast fashion to go faster? Is it just me, or is that, like, a thing? I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I don't think I'm making that up. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I have no statistics to back this up. It just feels like, there's a new it thing, somebody has a viral TikTok with an it thing, and then, like, a bunch of people do the viral TikTok it thing, and then you've got, like, the stragglers, and that all happens in, like, 1 month. TikTok is, like, making trends go so fast. At least I'm pretty sure it's TikTok. Because that's where all the trends start. Alright. Aim the gust of wind! Nah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Violet. Yeah, I feel that. I have complicated feelings about that. I have complicated feelings. Go, 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 go! Yes! I'm the best golfer on these 17 seas! Do I have to go down this in order to get there, or, like, what? But that makes complete sense, Mac. There's this whole book that I haven't finished reading, but I started reading it. And it's a book about how like the brain responds to music as a pattern. So you can basically brainwash anybody into liking any song by introducing them to the musical pattern when they don't notice it. And so TikTok reminds me of that. Not that people aren't noticing that they're exposed to the music, but basically like if you listen to a song enough, you'll like it, because that's how the brain works. And so it makes sense to me that TikTok can make songs really, really popular with a short video snippet of the same song playing over and over for like different like TikTok trends. That makes sense to me. Yay, a Triforce chart. Singing, dancing show where you can't see the singer is the big thing. Oh, maybe that's the like American game show TV that I haven't been paying attention. Oh God. We do need to finish Dragon Roost. Yes, thank you, Cece. All right, so let's go get the other chest that's on this island and then we'll go to Dragon Roost. Tons of labels are actively trying to go viral there and producing songs for that. Yeah. Well, originally, so like, apparently, okay, according to this book that I'm reading, which I guess if you guys want the name of it, let me know and I will get it for you. But according to this book that I'm reading, like, kind of one of the main ways to become a success in the music industry, other than having good songs, is to just sign with a label that's big enough that they can afford to, play your music, like, in grocery stores, or in Target, or just, like, around places, so that people will end up liking it because they've heard it enough. And so, like, that's part of what keeps the big labels big and makes it hard. Also, radio play, like, having contracts for radio play, that's part of what makes it difficult, apparently, to get into the industry. So, like, to me, because TikTok's algorithms are supposedly completely neutral, it makes sense that it, like, levels the playing field and makes it so that success can kind of come from anywhere, instead of just having to, like, bribe these people with money to play the songs. All right, Dragon Roost. That also makes sense. Yes. Yes. Oh, God, yeah, both of the... That's fair. Both of those books are really good. Maybe somewhere, if you guys are interested, then at some point I could, like, put together a list of, like probably, like, the most interesting or, like, reads that I learned the most from, I guess would be a way to say it. I have to go get my phone so I can look at the title of the book. But yeah, I could do that because I do like a good read. I do like a good obscure read. Who wants to read Decoding Your Cat, the book that's written by the American College of Veterinary Behavioralists? Because that's what I'm reading now. That and the Encyclopedia of Cats. Okay. All right, where is it? Where is it? It was a while ago that I was reading it. The Song Machine. It's called The Song Machine by John Seabrook. Or The Song Machine, Inside the Hit Factory is what it's called. So you can check it out. Yeah. I forgot. Oh, God, Billboard. Radios. It's weird. It's, like, interesting to me. Like, I guess also part of what feels... I think maybe... I don't know. You guys tell me. You all live on the internet. Too. We're all on the internet right now. Do you guys feel like, because I know, like, the internet as, like, a space, like, always changes, right? But I feel like back in the beginning of the internet, it was easier to have kind of one main platform where everybody was. Like, there was, like, MySpace and Facebook, and then we had YouTube, and then we had Twitter, and then we had Snapchat, and then we had, like, Instagram, and then we had TikTok. We have all these places where people kind of congregate and, like, most people are there. But it feels like now, and also with, like, I guess the stress of the pandemic and kind of everything that's been happening over the few years, it feels more like different demographics, and also maybe just because we have so much social media now, different demographics are kind of like staking a claim, and they're like, this is our social media, go find your own. And maybe the internet kind of feels, and like because we're all like pocketed into these different sections of the internet, then aside from the people that you see in your day-to-day life, there's not that sense of continuity over the whole of America. I also realized that like I used to get my like sense of continuity for how America was feeling from like cable TV. And so since I haven't had cable TV in so long, and not only have I not had cable TV, but I also like try to purchase every ad-free thing I can possibly find so that I don't experience ads. So I ended up watching Project Runway the other day, and I had to sit through a bunch of ads in order to watch it because that was just even though I paid for it, so I was having to watch ads, and I like realized that I hadn't watched like a straight commercial ad in like years. And I'm like, whoa, it's weird that the commercials are different now. And like the commercials are also how I get like my sense of like, where's America at? What do the marketers think that they can like pitch to us? But that's not reliable when you're watching things on streaming, because they pick based on like, what are you watching? We'll show you commercials based on that now, instead of like, you're watching Game of Thrones on HBO cable TV. Here's just the ads that we bought in general because it makes a lot of money. You know? I don't know. Curious. You don't really remember the internet being much of anything else? That's fair. That's fair. As a millennial, I feel like the internet is mine. Personally. I don't actually feel like the internet is mine in any meaningful way. I feel like if anything, the internet has felt like less like a place that makes sense over time to me. I remember when like I was a kid, the internet was my like refuge, and now I would be impressed. I would be impressed to find people who felt that way about it. I'm sure they're out there. Okay, let's see if we can... I mean, we probably can. I think if we can't do it this way, then I don't know how we're gonna beat this dungeon. Depends what on the internet. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It felt like before we had so few social media websites that everybody congregated on the same sites. Now it's not the case. I was also thinking about this because like we're having more countries all over the world go online now, right? So for a long time when the internet kind of first started, it was mostly like America and Europe for like a really like those were the like, and Asia as well. But like Asia has its own internet kind of because we use entirely different like characters in our language. So like the Korean internet is the Korean internet, and like you have to go to Naver and to get into the Korean internet. Whereas like here, like it's like we have our English Western, like the general internet, the default internet is the like Western internet, right? I was thinking about this because I have found a new YouTube channel that is made by an African, and I don't, he hasn't like said which country he's from, so I just know he is African. And like it talks about African history and talks about African countries and like current events, what's going on with them right now, and is trying to like fill the misinformation gap for Westerners like in the Western world who don't know anything about Africa aside from all of those like poverty ads that we saw on TV when we were kids. And like I was like reading through the comments, and it's just a bunch of people from Africa and people from all over the world, but a lot of people from Africa like talking about like, you know, wanting to like advocate for Africa and to like communicate this to the world, and how people in the West need to like see and understand Africa. And like it made me think about how like I don't know that that's something that a lot of people are thinking about, the fact that the internet is becoming increasingly global and increasingly accessible to people who have never really had much access to the internet before. And so we're like with like Twitter, a lot of people think that like when they're getting harassed online by people who are like anti-LGBT or like anti-vaxxers or stuff like that, they assume that it's a fellow American doing that because that's like the headspace that we're in. That's the headspace that we're in. But actually they like caught a bunch of people who were like releasing misinformation online and doing that kind of thing and like harassing people. And they're actually people from all over the world and none of them were in America. And I'm just like, I've just been thinking about that, thinking about how like I at least personally default to thinking, the person on the other end of this keyboard must be American or European, or maybe like somebody from Asia speaking English. But like I don't really like think about like, oh yeah, this could be Eastern Europe, this could be Africa now, this could be you know, this could be somebody from like the Middle East now. But that's the case now. And so we kind of default into thinking that that's not who, like, that we're speaking to different people than we might actually be. Anyways. That's fair. If you need sleep, definitely get sleep, Violet. Sleep is so important for a human being's health. All right, hang on. Oh, you guys gave me your thoughts. I want to read. The live journal days. The live journal. Bully Birdie, were you in the world where you knew about, was it Dream Journal or something? Because like I was so into live journal that I remember when like Dream Journal or whatever it was launched. What makes it feel like that is how the internet is becoming more catered to each user. So you only see the things that's fair. Yeah. And that's very, very real too. I was thinking of, yeah. The stuff that Amazon suggests to me now, I can't deal with it. You stay on the same 5 sites and nothing else, and the internet felt bigger when you were a kid. That's fair. Yeah, and like, see, that's kind of what I mean. I wonder how much of that has to do with like, there was 100% for sure a smaller number of people on the internet back then, and a smaller number of people using it, and also like, you know, fewer people using it intentionally to stir things up, right? Whereas like now we have that. So now, like in a weird paradoxical way, even though the internet's bigger than ever, it feels more restrictive to me. I don't know. AOL! Oh, I forgot about AOL! Did AOL die yet? Hasn't it died? Tumblr was big. Like, Tumblr, I feel like, was the start of maybe, like, fandom, really? Online, I think? I think Tumblr was the start of fandom. Facebook wants to do that with Meta. I really hope Facebook fails Meta. I would take literally anybody else doing Metaverse. I want Google to do it, Apple, Microsoft, literally just anybody else. I would take anybody else to do Metaverse other than Facebook. Still heavily censored and kids have online curfew. I didn't realize that was the case for Korea as well. All right. Hey, 02 from Kirby64. Thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Facebook. Oh yeah. That is definitely a thing. Connor. Even our way of encoding data still defaults to English characters or at least Germanic root. Interesting. So, Chase, if you have a more technical understanding of this and you're willing, or anybody else is willing to talk about it, because I'm curious, like, is that part of what makes it, like, because I was trying to buy a journal from a Japanese website the other day. Haha, sorry, but if you like journals, you guys should look up the Hobonichi Tekko. If you like journals, I'm sorry, don't do it. It's very expensive. Hobonichi Tekko, Japanese company. So I was like trying to like navigate their website, and it was like all kinds of broken, and would send me to like, because it was like the English version of their Japanese website, so it was kind of a mess. Is that why, like, it seems like computers don't like Japanese websites? Like, when like, it tries to send you to a link for a Japanese website, it's just, like, can't handle it, it seems like. I don't really know what goes on there. Dream Journal? Oh, Dream Visions. I didn't know about Dream Visions. It's probably better not to feel safe on the internet. I mean, like, I wish everybody felt safe on the internet, but I think currently, with the internet that we have right now, it's definitely better to not feel safe. It's better to feel the way that is accurate. Oh, I used to have Stumble Upon too! Tumblr is still around, but Tumblr is dead. From what I because I was on Tumblr basically in the golden years from what Tumblr internet historian people say. I was on Tumblr during the golden years of Tumblr, and I basically left immediately after the golden years stopped. And so Tumblr's still around, and it's kind of having maybe like a little bit of a renaissance because a lot of shows that fandoms were on Tumblr are getting around. I also wonder if there isn't just like communities that are on Tumblr still, but because they're really niche communities, it doesn't like count, like, you know, nobody uses Tumblr now, you know? I don't know. It's always really hard to try to figure these things out because like being on the inside of one of these things and on the outside are such completely different experiences. Oh yeah. Oh my god, you're right, Ruby. Because, like, I used to have my, like, Harvest Moon forum that I went on and hung out on. There is no way that I would have found the Harvest Moon forum nowadays because I would have just gone on, like, Twitter or Facebook and been like, who likes Harvest Moon, you know? Or I would have gone on Twitch and find somebody who was playing it. So that's very fair. Oh, I miss the dedicated fan sites. There were like dedicated fan sites for characters from specific shows. There was this Inuyasha fan site that was wild. Also, so many Cardcaptor Sakura websites. I had so many favorited fan sites for female characters from the Final Fantasy series. I was like deep into the fan site space back before Tumblr happened. Hello! We're talking about internet. We're talking about old internet and how it's changed. I want no one to do it. That is fair. That is fair. I don't know that we're gonna stop it. You know, I'm just glad that, like, by the time it's probably in full swing, I'll be dying soon. Like, I'll be, like, old, hopefully. But you don't really want to go out there. The layout confuses you, and there's a lot of fandom chaos. Fandom drama, more like. If it's anything like it was back when I was using it, then it's fandom drama. It's okay, Mendez. Neither do the executives who are running Facebook. They also don't know. It makes sense that Korea has curfews because they have, like, a really big problem with their youth becoming overly addicted to the internet, so that's quite fair. Almost all computer programming languages are based off of English. The one exception is Ruby, which was designed by Japanese programmers. The biggest program made with Ruby is RPG Maker. Oh, all of your friends still use Tumblr actively. Maybe Tumblr is just like, maybe Tumblr is just for a younger audience then. So like the millennials are like, Tumblr's dead now. Maybe that's what it is. The domain name system translates websites into IP addresses. So something like Google becomes 8.8.8.8. We just use numbers. Okay, so that's not the reason why Japanese websites are weird. No worries. Thank you, Noonie. We're like having a paused conversation, so that's quite fair. Yeah, Tumblr is really interesting. I mean, I guess I understand, like, I understand why they're doing it. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with Tumblr having, like, you know, porn on it and kind of being the way that it was, but I guess you wouldn't want... Tumblr's got a brand problem. Let me rephrase what I'm saying and just say Tumblr has a branding problem. So I see why they're trying to rebrand. And they're also probably trying to get as big as, like, Facebook and Snapchat and everything else, so family friendly it is. I don't know, has Reddit replaced... I don't use Reddit too much, and the reason I don't use Reddit too much is because it seems like a very specific kind of person tends to congregate there. It depends a lot on what community you're a part of, but I've noticed that, like, overall there tends to be a certain kind of... I don't even, like, because I don't even know those people, so I don't know what demographic they're actually from, but I can say that, like, there's a certain kind of, like, almost, like, cynical kind of, like, gotcha internet points humor thing that happens on Reddit that like I find really like I want someone to write an academic dissertation on it for me, because like I'm like, I feel like this says something about us and Reddit, but I don't know what it says. Web rings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure half of the Final Fantasy websites that I had were all part of the same web ring. Yo. Really? Really? Wow, okay. Interesting. So even to the point that you can't correctly spell your name because people are like, apostrophes don't exist in names. How things are, got it. So basically we've like built the technology that way and it's gotten so bloated that it's still stuck that way from now on. The people who don't care about the not safe for work purge have stuck around on Tumblr. One friend who still uses it for memes. A lot of us say that Facebook is dead, but older people still use it. That's fair. I feel like Facebook is so dead, but I also like literally don't use Facebook at all. And like all of my friends say that Facebook is dead, but they also are like 100% determined to use it as like the digital infrastructure for their life. Which is the thing that I hate the most about Facebook, I think. Reddit is very hit or miss for me as well. Small Reddits can have good communities. YouTube compilations and advice for certain games. You can make custom timelines so you can stay out of the BS. Really? I didn't know that Reddit has... Oh, yeah, that's fair. I guess Reddit does have that like home timeline page. I've just never used it. I always like clicked directly on the community. Facebook is literally dead for young people. Like Facebook is currently, like I feel like there's so much going on at Facebook right now. And personally, I'm sitting here wishing that it crumbles and burns. Honestly, completely honestly. But that everybody like, you know, gets good jobs and like recovers well. But like Facebook is like in this position where it's getting attacked by Congress and by the lady who leaked those documents. And they have like an existential threat of Gen Z not liking Facebook and Gen Z not wanting to use Facebook. Good job, Gen Z! Kill Facebook! I can't wait to see the articles about all the things that Gen Z is killing. I want them to kill Facebook really badly. All right, Gen Z, kill Facebook, go. So yeah, they're like really existentially stressed out because they realize that like if a platform ages, it's dead. Like if young people no longer think it's cool to use Facebook, Facebook's like a zombie crawling to its grave. And I hope it gets there. Sorry. So yeah, so they released Metaverse to try to just pretend that they're not Facebook anymore. The K-pop subreddit? Really? Really? It is? Really? Maybe the K-pop subreddit has changed a lot since it was my time. To be fair, actually, probably you know what? Because Gen Z is, you know what? Yeah. I bet the subreddit's a lot different, actually. Yeah. Compared to like 2011. Yeah. Compared to literally 10 years ago. Oh, so we're basically like stuck with, okay, I see. Because of the older. I see. I'm not gonna go back to Twitter. Facebook is Boomer City. I also, like, I don't even have a Facebook account anymore. I deleted it. I don't exist on Facebook, and I haven't since, like, 2016 or something. Facebook, I mean, it's true. If you work at Facebook, you do know it's bad. I've heard so many stories of like I mean, it's the same. It's the same story actually with like every systemic problem. So you see this a lot, and like honestly, you see it in the game industry too. You see people joining the system being like, I can't wait to change so much about this so that it's better for me, for my friends, for my loved one. It's better for LGBT people. It's more diverse. It's more equitable. It's less environmentally polluting. It's less, it's less harmful for whatever thing it is. And you see people join it thinking that like maybe eventually they will have the power to change it. And they get inside and they realize that it's not a matter of the individual people in Facebook being evil, except for Mark Zuckerberg. It's not a matter of the individual people in Facebook being evil, because once you have something like a company, right? It becomes its own kind of living organism. And we have like policies and infrastructure, and we have all these things. And so if you start that off on the wrong foot, that in the same way that we're talking about with the internet, it like if you started off on this certain foot, then you're kind of hamstrung in everything you do going forward, because that's the root of where you started. And unless you go back and address the roots and all of the other things that come from it, then it's not going to, like, your changes are mostly going to be like band-aid solutions to a fundamentally flawed system. And this is why, like, this is one of the reasons that Nintendo actually really fascinates me as a company. It's because they got to that point after the Wii U, right? They got to that point where the Wii U was such a huge failure that they literally like sat down and they were like, this is not going well, and it hasn't been for a little while, and we are doing something fundamentally wrong, and we need to fundamentally shift the culture of this company in order to make it better. And like, I don't know that I've ever seen an American company do something like that. I also don't know that I've ever like followed most American companies closely enough to notice whether they've done something like that. So maybe they have. But like, I feel like that's like the problem, is that like people, and you read all these Facebook employees who leave, who are like, I thought I could do something when I joined, and then I couldn't, as it turns out. And it's like, yes, because institutions resist change, and institutions are like their own kind of like cities and towns. They're their own organisms that need to be treated as such if you ever hope to address the problem. And this is like a very important thing to understand for like my fellow people who like care about diversity and inclusion and like rooting out racism, rooting out homophobia, like rooting out all this stuff that we really, really hate. You gotta understand that it's not about individual people being bad, making bad decisions. It's about the system that has like grown together, influencing people in ways that they are or are not aware of, to like prioritize certain things, or to say, no, we can't change that, or like, no, we can't do that. It would cost us too much money, and money is like our number one bottom line. And like so many things. But like, if you don't understand that it's not about like, oh, just like get a better person in there, like get a better CEO. We just need new CEOs and then things will be fixed. When you understand that it's like more complicated than that, then like, not only does like, structural racism make more sense, but also like, then you can kind of begin to address the actual root causes of the problems. It's really hard though. Institutions really don't want to change, so they're very defensive if you start going in and trying to change their core philosophies and reasons for existing. Sorry, long talk, going back, reading. Yes, thank you, Coop. Convey the message to the other Gen Zers wherever they are. Facebook should have stayed as a college-oriented website. God, wouldn't that be nice? The alternate timeline. Why am I doing this? Bye, Facebook. But some drama leaks through. Yeah, some drama leaks through anyways. Ooh, I didn't actually see those conversations, Connor. That's rough. In the developing world, it can be the internet. Yeah. So again, like, I really desperately... man, it's fine. I hope something bad happens to Facebook, though. Rover, yeah, yes, that is correct. That is just like correct. That is fundamentally correct. I feel like. I guess I don't have any proof, but I feel like you're fundamentally correct. Facebook could address the root if they wanted to. Yeah, Facebook could. We were talking about, I guess I was talking about institutions in general, Kev, but started off talking about Facebook. Activision Blizzard, yeah. Well, it's a lot of, like, and it's, like, it's hard, because, like, man, a lot of these things, like, people start them when they're young, or, like, you get in over your head. Like, obviously, when you're, like, 50, and you've been running the business for 20 years, you have much more of an understanding of the way you should have started the business and set it up before you start it, right? The only kinds of people who have that level of insight when they're starting a business to know, like, how to set it up, what kind of company culture to go for, what kind of rules to put in place, are people who have had access to people who've run giant companies before. And so that's not a lot of people who have had access to that, right? But, like, communities, so many things. It's one of the reasons why, like, I set up the fold with as many rules as I did in the very, very, very beginning way long ago, is because I wanted to try to, you know, communicate the community values so that, and listen, I'm not trying to say that I'm the best at starting communities or anything, because I also think that we do community in a very different way compared to how a lot of other people do it. But I wanted to, like, you know, make it clear what our core values at least were, so that when we did have problems, we would be trying to shoot for those and not, you know, kind of lost without a really, like, without a guide to follow for, like, what do we do in this situation? But, like, I also was very young when I started doing all of this. So, you know, you learn as you go. Hey, MJ, how are you doing? Yeah, we did make a long list of rules compared to others, it's true. How has my Twitter free experience been like? Okay, so here's the thing. Twitter free, like, is, as far as my mental health, it's been great. Because, like, one of the things that's, like, the worst about my anxiety is just that I'll see literally anybody that I know, like, subtweeting someone about something or, like, angry about something, and I'll automatically assume that I did it, even if I've not been anywhere near it. I'm like, I was there in your DMs yesterday, even when I wasn't, and I'm like, it was me. So, like, that's been really good because I've been able to, like, you know, I realized that kind of through through Twitter, I was letting, like, the collective people's opinions on what is right or wrong supplant my own. I wasn't, like, thinking through them enough to, like, define, like, is this something that I really genuinely agree with? Or is what everybody's saying, does that, like, sound correct enough to me that I'm just ready to dive right in? That part's been good. The part that I don't like, the only thing that I don't like about being Twitter free is that it's so much harder to keep up with people. And part of me wonders whether that's a real problem, in that, like, it's normal in our, like, social media world to have, like, a lot of people that we're in constant contact with, that we hear from every day, that we, like, know what's going on in their lives. But that's, like, not normal for, like, what the human body was raised to handle. Like, we're not supposed to have that many people to keep tabs on. And, like, it leads to a kind of, or maybe for me anyways, I think it led to me, like, not being as invested in people's lives as I actually wanted to be. The only problem for me is that I struggle to remain in contact with people off of Twitter, basically. But that is more of like a thing about how my mental health interacts with Twitter, and, like, one of the ways that it, like, helped me kind of hide that part. So, like, I guess I missed that. I missed that it was easier. It was easier to keep up with people in a way that it's, like, much more difficult for me now. But like overall, I would literally never go back to Twitter. I'm really thinking about how I'm going to be using Twitter, if I'm going to be using Twitter in the future beyond announcing streams, because I want to use it still to plug good projects that I know are good. And like those are yeah, so really just basically like marketing, I guess. I'm like, Twitter's great for marketing and nothing else to me, maybe. I hope that answered your question, because I feel like I went all over. It's true, Chase. You're very correct. Make those changes through HR to help set the status quo. But Kev, you're very right. Well, because that's the thing, Kev. A lot of companies' HR departments are not designed to protect the employee. They're designed to protect the employer. So, like, I think you make a really good point. HR is a really great place to start, because the minute you start prioritizing the employee instead of the employer is going to be the minute that you start creating a safer environment for like your entire team, you know? Zero respect to companies that are capitalizing off of hurting society. Hailstorm, fully agree with you there. Fully agree with you there. I will say that for me, I try to make a distinction between like the machine and the people who are cogs in it. Obviously, that's gonna differ on like a very big range for the individual Facebook employee. Like, is it Mark Zuckerberg? Who cares? Is it like a Facebook employee who tried to join their policy oversight committee and like was hired to try and do security, and so they like thought that maybe they were gonna have a chance making Facebook better? You know, like, so like it would be different evaluations depending on like, what department did you work in? Did you try to make things better? Like, do we care? I do think in general, though, that, like, ultimately, Facebook as a company and the people who have the power to enact those root cause changes. Because, like, if they all got together, they could do it. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be very difficult, and that, like, they wouldn't have to... There'd be a lot of problems as they tried, but they could do it. And I guess most of my blame goes towards for those people who are higher in power than for like the people who are lower in power who are like, I graduated college with debt. I'm going to go get a job at Facebook because it pays well. Yeah, I guess that's kind of where I personally land on that. Hey, Aethormox! Well, what a time for you to jump in on. We're having a good time, MJ. Or at least I am, I guess. I can't speak for anybody else. Yeah, we're talking about the internet. This sounds reasonable on the surface. Everyone's saying it, so I just subconsciously adopt it without thinking it through. Yeah, well, the way that it manifested more so for me, because it was that, but then like more so, it was like, I felt like I was personally being judged for anything everybody was mad about on Twitter. End sentence. I guess that's kind of what it was. We did this weird thing where I was like, oh my God, I'm the center of the universe. Everybody's talking about me. And if I've ever done any of these things, or if I ever do any of these things, like, then it's bad. And the way that like ended up being the worst for me was that I internalized it, and then I would be like going throughout my daily life, like criticizing myself for these things that people on Twitter think that you are or are not supposed to do. You know, like if your friends don't text you first, then they're bad friends and you shouldn't even have them anymore. Like that hot take, that's one of those things that I would like get really down on myself about. And like, you know, I don't need to adopt that person's take on that. I don't need to think that that person's take is valid. But it's really hard when you're on Twitter and you see like people retweeting these takes and like a bunch of people jumping in and like shitting on people who do something wrong, whether it's like a socially awkward thing or like believing something really toxic. But like you see it on Twitter for all manner of things. It could be you put your shoes on in the wrong order, or like you don't take your shoes off inside the house, or you put ketchup on your eggs and people get mad, you know? So like there was too much of that getting in my head where I was like criticizing myself for things that I don't actually care about. All right, I'm gonna take my shoes off in my house if I want to, thank you. Yeah, Bully Birdie, yeah. That is absolutely true, Bully Birdie. That is. And I've like, the other thing is that deleting Facebook, I lost contact with my entire like home community because I don't live in Kansas anymore. And they don't have a way to get, I mean, I guess they could Google my name. I'm really not hard to find. But like, they don't have that easy way to get in contact with me anymore. And I mean, I'm not getting in contact with them either. It's not like I'm saying that this is on them, but like, you know, one of the things that is kind of a benefit from that, I guess, is that it makes you aware of which people you do want to hear from and like which people's lives you do care about. But like, it's a real transition for you, but also for whoever you're in relationship with who does use social media to like figure out how to include you in the loop. And you also kind of have to be okay with not being completely in the loop for all of the things. Sometimes important things happen in my friend's life and I don't find out until like 2 weeks later because they thought I got the message and they forgot that like, oh, like I'm not on Facebook, or I don't use that chat anymore or whatever. You know? And like, you know, you can text with somebody every day, but that doesn't mean that you're talking about the important things. And if they feel like they've already told you by like putting it on Twitter or whatever, then like they might not think to tell you. I certainly do that all the time. So it is real, but it does help you, I guess, relearn offline communication habits. Hey! Oh, Kenneth Red Lions has gifted a sub to MJ. MJ, welcome back to the fold. Use some animated emotes. Business only Twitter sounds like a solid plan. Acquaintances though. Acquaintances. I guess it depends on what acquaintances means to people, but to me an acquaintance is like somebody I see in Target at the cash register and not somebody who I like know everything important happening in their life. I feel that, Yellow Ring. I feel that Twitter for sure is becoming a very influencer heavy platform, but then again, maybe I'm reading into that because I am an influencer who like is friends with influencers, so the black and white view of like a good person and bad person, Nathan, I feel that. That's fair. Well, for what it's worth, I really don't regret leaving Twitter at all, but I'm really weird, apparently, in terms of like the way I opt out of my family won't shut up about it. It's fine. I'm weird for not wanting to be online in that way, so you will get shit for it. All right. Catching up. Yeah. Or nutrition. You should probably choose nutrition, MJ. You only speak when someone speaks to you. Hey, thank you, Vadermon. By Pride and Prejudice, Miss Darcy was considered cold and prideful when she was only shy. You can't assume why somebody does something. Yeah. Twitter, like, to me, Twitter is a platform that, like, and maybe not just Twitter, but Twitter is the only platform that I'm really connected to in like a deeper way, I guess, anymore, or that I was. Twitter's one of those platforms where like it's more about saying your piece than it is about communication. And that's a blanket statement. There's a lot of people who don't use Twitter in that way, but I feel like overall the algorithm takes people towards say something, get a dunk in, like be hashtag relatable, dunk on somebody really good, have like a controversial hot take opinion. Good. And like, for me, Twitter promotes a lot of really heavy black and white thinking. And black and white thinking is not healthy, I guess. To have for everything, it's not super healthy. And like, and especially because on Twitter, like when you try to introduce nuance, sometimes people take that as you defending something. It's weird because like as a person who like I really care about people, I really care about like, you know, inclusion and diversity, but I also care about like compassion, and I don't like, my goal isn't to like poop on everybody who's everything that I don't want, like who like believes things that I don't agree with. That's my goal, is not to do that. My goal is like, if they're like, first of all, there's just gonna be people out there who heavily disagree on things that I think are like ethical, moral issues, or just like that I feel very strongly about, and people are gonna disagree with me. Growing up in the town that I grew up in, I've got to find some way to live next to them and like still be happy, right? So like for me, like it's not that I want to excuse, like not hold people accountable for bad behavior, but it's that like I want to learn how to live in a world in which you can't just like yell everybody into submission, I guess. And like, I feel like Twitter moved me further away from my own values, honestly. Twitter moved me towards being a more judgmental and less compassionate person, and I really didn't like that about it. That's one of the reasons why I'm very I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be using Twitter again for anything outside of business, because I don't want that to happen. I don't want to like feel like I'm not living up to the values that I actually have, personally. But that's just how Twitter mixed with me, so. Hey, Rom! Hello, everybody, it's Rom! Wonderful composer, wonderful musician, also musician on Pride versus Prejudice and To Be With You and Asagao Academy, so all the things. Hey, Rom, thank you for the raid and for resubscribing. Welcome on in. Also, let me do that. Bam. Oh gosh, dang it. I did the wrong thing again. Canceled raid. No. I think I have wires crossed in my brain today. They're like, my directions are bad. I'm doing the wrong commands on Twitter. Sonic Joe, I don't take suggestions for raids, but thank you. The kind of person who's stood me on a podcast. Once upon a time, Hailstorm, I did have a podcast. If you're interested, it's an old podcast. I was much younger. You can check it out if you want to. I wouldn't mind doing a podcast again someday in the future. I just would have to figure out what the hell to do a podcast about. Is that a relationship? It's like reading a newsletter. That's what I mean. Like, you know everything that's happening in I knew everything that was happening in my friend's life, but I wasn't emotionally connecting with my friends. I wasn't being present with my friends. I wasn't being there for my friends. And like, that bummed me out. So like, you know, in a way I'm almost like, did leaving Twitter make me like keep less in contact with my friends, or were we always like less in contact like that, and just the interactions we were having were surface level and I didn't notice because it felt like I was talking to them every week, you know? So to be honest, there actually has been a decent amount of that in the time that I've been off of Twitter, like starting with my closest friends, then kind of like moving outwards has been like reconnecting and being like, you know, like How are we gonna do this? Let's have phone calls. Like, let's reconnect on it. Like, I want to know how you feel about things in your life. I don't just want to know that they're happening. I'm on a journey. So you see it, like, I'm like, does this explain why my mental health journey is taking a long time? I feel like I'm having to, like, rebuild a whole bunch of things in my life. But yes. Do these emotes cure my seasonal depression? We should write more letters. I mean, as a writer, I'm not gonna disagree. Okay. I'm gonna stop talking and just read people's stuff, and then I'm catch up. Ruby, thank you for that suggestion. Thank you, because I act like genuinely like yes. Thank you for that. Oh my god, I'm gonna write that down. Buffer. Eventually, I will be in the position where I will be able to schedule, like, marketing tweets on Twitter without, like, anxietying over it for, like, 2 hours. Oh, really? So you guys, interesting. So basically some people here do feel like the internet influenced them to be very heavily black and white. Interesting. People can change, Bully Birdie. It's true. That was a really big, Chase, that was a really big thing about the 90s. And it's kind of funny because it's like the same values were driving that as are driving the kind of conflicts on Twitter now. Both of it's coming from wanting to, like, include people and respect diversity and all that. But in the 90s, like, don't take this out of context. The 90s had a lot of problems. But one thing that was nice was that in a lot of 90s cartoons, they had the like, lesson of, like, you know, like, other people are different from you. You don't really have to understand it. You just kind of have to let them be able to be different. Like, oh, this, you know, all of the Nickelodeon shows is like, oh, this family worships differently from you, but you should let them, and we should respect and, like, you know, celebrate and include Hanukkah, you know, like that was like a lot of the 90s, is it was like, here's our black friend, include them, like, you know, and like, you know, as much as that, like, how we did that, you know, there's a conversation to be had, but the message was still trying to go for, like, live and let live, I guess. And I feel like live and let live doesn't exist on the internet. Or at least, like, it exists on the internet for a lot of people, but then at least one person does. ROM changed their name a few months ago. I'm sure Rom could answer. Heck yeah, Yellow Ring. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Well. All right. Oh, bye, Dante. Nutrition was the wrong choice. You quit using Facebook. Oh, no. Yeah, I agree, Aggro. I know everybody has a lot of different opinions about the canceling, and, like, I'm just, you know, I can only be honest and say that my opinion is influenced by, like, having been very close to a very public, very big, very intense cancellation, and I don't like it. You know, let's agree to disagree if you have different feelings. Like, I agree with holding people accountable. I feel like online mobs are not the way to do that. productively. I don't feel like they even hold people truly accountable. I feel like they just cause a lot of damage, not only to the person that they're targeting, but to a lot of extra people around them, and like real long lasting like mental trauma damage that like is not gonna, apparently doesn't even prevent the like, you know, doesn't even actually hold people accountable. So yeah, I think that like the like that aspect that the internet has encouraged is very bad. I think it's bad. Hey Arnold! That's what Sailor Moon says. I'm pretty sure it was Sailor Says at the end of Sailor Moon. You're right, Coop. You're right. They can age very badly. I mean, I can tell, it's been long enough. I can be honest, like, it was a really bad time. It was a really, really bad time. You guys know I have PTSD. One of the problems with PTSD is, like, losing touch with reality, basically, because you get so, like, caught up in getting triggered and going back to the original trigger. And, like, it was a really bad time. It was a really bad time, and not just for me, but for, like, a lot of innocent people who like didn't have anything to do with the situation. And it was like, it was bad, and like the effects of it are still in our lives today. Again, even for people who didn't actually do anything wrong, they're still dealing with it, and it hasn't gone away. It's had a very negative effect, even though it's been years. So like, that's what I mean. I'm like, you know, like, think about like the families of these people, the significant others, children that they might have. Like, think about like, you know, we need to find a better way to hold people meaningfully accountable, and we need to actually hold them accountable. We don't need to just explode our rage all over them and whoever's around them. We need to hold them actually accountable and make their behavior improve, because that's what we actually want. We don't want to just yell at people for just cause and then like feel better about it, and then it doesn't matter if they go back to doing it, right? That's not the point. So yeah, there's probably a better way out there, and I hope that we find it. I don't have any ideas. And I don't even think that I'm the person who like should. So that's fair. That's quite fair. Miss Darcy was shy. Yeah, exactly, Chase. You can disagree with someone's behavior. You can ask them to change it. You can hold them accountable for their behavior. And then if they disagree and they want to stick with that behavior, then it needs to be either like, all right, we're like, you know, clean, like you do whatever you need to do in order to like be at peace, whether that's cutting them out of their lives, whether that's like accepting it, that that's the way that they are and you're gonna move forward with it. Like, you know, each person has like an action and an action that they can take. So if you set a boundary with someone and you're like, this is the behavior that I expect out of my child's tutor, and then they like don't do it, then like you having set the boundary, maybe having tried to work it out with them, who knows, if you want to, it's your decision then to decide, what do I do about this? Is it a big enough problem for me that I'm willing to fire this person and hire somebody else? Or is it not that big of a deal? Again, without maybe necessarily getting a bunch of innocent family members involved. It's fine. That's fair, Rom. That's fair. Oh, that sucks, Bully Birdie. That sucks. Yeah, that's really real. The 90s, man, 90s cartoons are not only 90s cartoons, but also 2000s and even 2010 shows now are such a mixed bag. And it's not just that, but I feel like 2020 shifted the media landscape so dramatically that it like instantly made almost anything made before 2020 kind of, you know, like kind of out of touch, I guess, is how it feels to me now. Like that's the thing about an online mob is that like there are the people who are trying to actually do the work, who like know what cancellation is supposed to be and who are trying to actually do that and do the work. But it doesn't matter because an online mob is taking place online in a public space. So it doesn't matter like what the actual people who originally started it wanted from it, because a bunch of people who might not even know anything about the situation are going to come and get involved. A bunch of people who have opinions about like maybe the identities of one or both of the people in the team, they're going to come get involved. Like basically trolls from all over the internet. Anybody who is angry can come in and get involved and attack people and then get like accolades for it because they're the enemy of the day now. And so like you do get like, there are people who are trying to do it well, but like you literally get people who have fuck all to do with anything. And they're here just because it's like a way that they can be totally okay being incredibly damaging to this person or people or whoever is being targeted. And like, that's one of the reasons why I think cancellation is very, very bad, is that it's not just people who are in there for like, in good faith. You get a large crowd of people together and you will get anybody. It's strangers in there and they're going to do whatever like suits them. So yeah, it's a lot. Maybe sometime. It's really hard to talk about that period of time just because like, it's really hard to talk about that. It's really like, honestly, to be honest, even now I'm like, I don't really know. So like, it's really hard to talk about that period of time. Also because like, to be honest, my memories of it are really fucked up. Like I was like dissociating so hard during that period of time that I'm like, I have like very specific memories and then nothing. So like, meh. But I do think that like maybe sometime I would like to like kind of talk maybe more in depth about, because I feel like what I came out with from it is a lot of interesting lessons about like my personal relationship with the internet. And like, I've never really, I don't know. I think maybe one day eventually it'll come out in one way or another. Either I'll talk about it or I'll make a weird game about it. One way or another. Oh, Connor, thank you for my crown. Yes. Social media was a mistake from Hayao Miyazaki. That's the quote that he is quoted with. BoJack Horseman at least is intentionally bad like that. Yeah, online movements are easily co-opted. That's very correct. Chase, yeah. Okay. This is a good, okay. Bully Birdie, I get it. I feel that. Bully Birdie, I get irrationally terrified of, yes, it's fine. Yes, feel it. Definitely, MJ, thank you. Yellering, yes. Don't let any writers tell you, but that's what we all do. That's what we all do. Maybe not all stories, but like a lot of stories. Chase, you brought up a really good point that I actually like. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it, and then after this we can play more Zelda. Cause sorry, we've just like full stop. Let's have a discussion for 40 minutes. But this is something that I want to talk about because like I posted a hot take on Twitter, actually, like one of my only tweets that I've made in the past few months. And it was a hot take that was like, hot take, Batman glorifies PTSD, right? And like, we've talked about it. We don't need to go back into that. It's fine. It's true though. And like, I was thinking about like stigma with mental health, right? And like, this is like, Chase, your message like that really, yeah, encapsulates it, is that like, we're all about like counteracting mental health stigma. And like there's a lot of that like on Twitter. There's a lot of like, I'm talking about this to counteract stigma for my mental health. Like I'm talking about my anxiety or my depression because I want to counteract the stigma. But like, I don't feel like there's, and like, I'm totally open to being wrong here. I don't feel like there's stigma about saying, like, I don't think there's stigma about being like, I have anxiety, I have depression, I have PTSD. I don't feel like that's where the stigma is anymore. I feel like where the actual stigma is that people expect you to have these mental illnesses, but to still behave like a person who is mentally well. And like, that's where I see the stigma coming in now, is I see all these, like, I see it happen all the time with people with PTSD, obviously because I have PTSD, so I can like fairly easily guess at like, oh, I think like this person's triggered. Like I know what I see this, I've seen this dynamic before, I've lived it, I know what's going on. But like a lot of, or somebody with anxiety, somebody with depression, somebody with PTSD, a lot of the times you will see people with these mental illnesses display symptoms of their mental illnesses, whether that's like getting triggered, having a panic attack, being really negative because they're depressed, being quote unquote lazy because they're depressed, which I hate, that term. Like you see people like, you know, people with PTSD get really angry and like yell, and they can lash out when they get triggered, and like it's not good. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. It's something that people have to be held accountable for, but it's also not something that is somebody's fault when they are like caught in the middle of like a mental health crisis and are struggling with it. That's when people need our support, not our like, you need to go back and behave like a normal, healthy person right now because clearly you can't help having a mental health breakdown in front of me and you're being disrespectful. But I feel like that's where the stigma shows up now, is that like, people know like, oh, you have anxiety, you have depression, you have PTSD. I like basically know what that means, but they don't know how that like meaningfully manifests as symptoms for a person. They don't like know that like a person manifesting symptoms is not the same thing as a person showing their personality or character. And that like somebody who's depressed might be very negative, but they might not be an inherently negative person by default. They might just be like really depressed right now, and they're actually like in a bad place, and like it's not their fault, and like you shouldn't assume that that's who they are. And like that's really where I see a lot of this. And I feel like, again, that's something that like Twitter really bothers me, is that like despite being supposedly being about like, oh, let's get rid of the stigma, let's respect people's mental health and like all of that, a lot of the times people on Twitter are getting mad at each other for like, you know, misunderstanding social cues, or like not knowing where somebody's boundary is in something that's like chill, you know, like maybe like sending a DM when that they weren't supposed to without realizing that it was inappropriate. And like, you know, I feel like there's like are getting angry, like getting triggered on, and like releasing that onto the timeline. I'm not saying that those things are good things that we should be like, yeah, anybody's allowed to do it and we're totally okay with that. But like, I feel like like we should be able to recognize like this person might not be in like the like, they might not have a brain that works my way, or they might not be in the healthiest of places. And like, I shouldn't just, you know, like, oh, this person's crazy, you can't trust anything that they say because their Twitter is crazy. Like, you know, I just feel like a lot of people's like symptoms of their mental health get attributed to their character when it doesn't need to be. And like, Chase, what you were saying, an individual is more than one behavior. Yes, exactly. I feel like a lot of these things, even online, can be just like maybe somebody responding really defensively or poorly to something, and then it gets blown out of proportion and made to be like, you're evil, you believe these things. And it's like, we don't know so much. I don't know. It's hard for me because like, understanding what is my PTSD and what is not my PTSD now, I'm aware of how throughout my life people have made my PTSD an aspect of my character, and like, you know, because they did that, the more important thing about that is that because they did that when I was in crisis and I needed the most help, people turned their backs on me the most. Because they thought I was just like willfully being difficult, I guess. They thought I was just like willfully being a mess. And like not that I was like trying hard not to be a mess, but like I guess they thought I just like wanted, you know what I mean? But like because you don't know what it looks like, because you don't really know what it actually means to have that mental illness, because that's not the part that we put out on the internet. We're like, we all post about the most relatable things about our mental illnesses, not about what it actually means, you know, to live with it. Anyways, I hope I articulated that. Yeah. Shazzy Zhang, for what it's worth, you're not alone in struggling with those, after that event and struggling in that way. At least. Huh? Like, yeah, you're completely normal for responding in that way. I don't know if that helps. Thanks, Coop. Companies do not at all, Sarah. They really don't. Oh, that's a really sweet, Yellow Ring. About your friend. Yeah, paradox. Yep, exactly. Because, like, it's one thing to know a person has a mental illness, and I guess it's another thing to like, especially in group dynamics, I find, to keep that in mind when, like, interacting with them. Unsurprisingly. That's fair, Shazzy. MJ, yeah. Yeah, I really feel that, MJ. And, like, for a lot of people, I don't know, I guess it's, like, also because, like, maybe you don't, maybe it's, because, like, we don't do that we don't do that in America, at least. We don't try to hold space for other people's problems very much, just, like, in general. Like, we're really good about, like, oh, let's brush past that right there so we don't hold space for people. I feel like almost, like, in America, you need to, like, sit down and have a conversation with somebody where you, like, explicitly are, like, listen, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm going through, this is what my struggle is. And even then, you kind of need to do it, at least in my experience, as a person who, like, can get triggered very badly. And, like, when I'm gonna, listen, when I have PTSD, and, like, when I say I have PTSD, I don't mean that, like, oh, I've been through traumatic things, I have trauma, and it's hard. I mean, like, I have, like, PTSD the way everybody else has PTSD, the way combat veterans have PTSD, right? Like, loud noises, certain triggers, things like that, and especially if they happen one on top of the other, they will set me off, and I will go into a panic attack, and, like, my ability to control myself diminishes with, like, how intense the trigger is and, like, how much it stacks. Like, there's things I can do to calm myself down, but there's a limit to where, like, it's too late. My nervous system is too high up. I've been triggered 3 times in a row. Like, it's out of my control. I can't get back to calm. And so, like, at that point, my only real choice is to be able to be like, I need to leave and, like, go into a room where I can, like, try my hardest to calm myself down and try very hard, like, not to yell and try very hard, like, not to do things that are, like, that would alarm people. To be fair, I want to be clear, I'm not, like, a violent person when I get triggered, but, like, I'm like a wounded, defenseless animal. I will, like, find some kind of corner to hide in, and if you come towards me, I will scream at you. I will be like, no, like I will like sometimes I have anger and I have to punch pillows, or I have to stomp, or I have to release it from my body physically in some way. And it's okay for me to do that so long as it is obviously not on a person or on an object that will be hurt. And you just kind of have to write it out. And a lot of times, and especially in the past, you guys have actually seen me be triggered on stream. I'm sure a lot of you can remember times when I suddenly became extremely angry and yelled and was not okay. And that was because I was triggered and I couldn't control it anymore. I got triggered past my level and I couldn't control it anymore. And again, I'm accountable for that. When I get triggered to that point, just because I can't control myself doesn't mean I'm no longer accountable and responsible for my actions and any harm that they might do to other people. I am still fully accountable for that. But it's one thing to see that and to be like, Kara has PTSD, she's been triggered, she's trying to calm down and maybe I can help her. And it's another thing to see that and to be like, Kara is intentionally throwing a tantrum. I'm not super sure what it looks like from the outside, but I guess throwing a tantrum, or Kara got up and suddenly left and it's because she's really mean and she's trying to create a scene when really I needed to go to my car so I can write it out in peace without disturbing people. PTSD can be really ugly. It can be really ugly. It can be really rough. I don't know what to tell you. I behave in ways that I'm not proud of. But that's what having PTSD is, or at least that's what having PTSD and trying to recover and get better is you struggle through those moments and get better at it and recover and heal over time. Sorry. So that's why a lot of I don't know. That's why I don't like it when people I don't like it when people glorify PTSD. I don't like it that people really don't understand what it is or how it manifests. And same thing with anxiety, same thing with depression, same thing with autism, same thing with people who just have neurodivergent brains. You need to understand who they are and what they need. So if this is your ticket, I'm I don't know, make this actionable. If you have somebody in your life who you really care about a lot and they have a mental illness and maybe you haven't recently looked up the latest information about what that looks like and how it manifests and how you can help people, maybe that's a thing that you can do. Always keep in mind, it's not your responsibility to fix anybody, but that doesn't mean that you can't support and help people through. And help for example, when I'm triggered, you can either trigger me more, which makes it worse for everybody, or we can leave, you can try to calm me down. There's different things that an external person could do, and some of them would make it worse and some would make it better and some would do nothing. But it's generally good to know what those things are, to know when somebody you love is sick and needs your help, rather than assuming that in this tense conversation they're trying to be mean. All right. Going back. Your ex-boss was more concerned about its effects on documentation and productivity. God, I'm so sorry, Yellow Ring. I'm seriously, I'm really sorry. I wish our country was better at this, and I wish people didn't, every time I hear about something like that happening to somebody, it breaks my heart. You're right, Shazzy. Would laugh in the face of someone asking for help? Man. Oh, man. I'm upset. Nothing like running away to silently have a panic attack alone. Oh, yay! I'm glad. I'm glad, Sarah, because let me tell you, feeling alone and dealing with PTSD triggers is like one of the worst. Because like, it's really common to feel like a monster, right? It's really common. I struggle with that too. But that's the illness. But that's what it is. That's what it looks like. You think you remember one of those times for better or worse? Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, Yellow Ring. I wish I had done better. I wish I knew more what was going on, and I wish it didn't happen. But I mean, it hasn't happened in a very long time now, has it? And that's because I have been going to therapy. I've been going through recovery. I have a lot more tools. I know how to recognize when that's happening better now, and it's, and it doesn't happen as frequently anymore. But, you know, I mean, like, for me, that's what it looks like, and that's a very minor trigger, but, like, it can escalate even beyond that point. So it's, you know, I don't know. Part of it is education. Part of it is expectation. That's correct. Being hurt will result in something we call shock. Oh, the mental health equivalents are not explored. That's true. It's like if you have a mental illness, then you kind of know more about it. If you don't have a mental illness, then you don't really know. Tantrums, yeah. Oh, you're just throwing a tantrum. Yeah, MJ, yeah, I feel that way about it, and I understand why people might not feel the same way, but like I guess that's kind of the conclusion that I've kind of come to, having struggled with my own mental illness, is that it's like hold people accountable for the damage that they do when they're in their mental illness, but don't, you know, don't blame them in the same. In my opinion, there's a difference between blaming people for something and holding people accountable and like having them take responsibility for things. And for me, it's been very helpful for like to get really clear on what those things look like, because I needed to stop blaming myself for things. And it's like, you know, you are responsible for making amends for the things that you've done, but like also I wish most people understood that in the moment when like you do not have perfect control of yourself, or I mean, this is all like, you know, it's different for every mental illness, but for me at least, I can lose, like, I can keep a certain amount of control of myself, but like the amount of things I have control over gets smaller and smaller. So I might not be able to control the fact that I'm gonna yell or that I need to hit something, but I can control what like where I yell and like what I punch, and it's a pillow. You know what I mean? So like the locus of control gets like smaller, and the things that you can do to keep yourself good get like, you know, it's different with everybody, but I wish, you know, like when you're in that state, there's only so much that you can do, and you're usually trying your very hardest to do like the best possible thing. Like you're really like, oh God, I'm going to try my hardest to minimize the impact that this has on other people right now. I'm really going to try. And so like, you know, you still hurt people if you hurt people during that period of time, but it's not the case where we need to shame and blame and be like, you're bad, like you're, you know, you're aggressive, you're evil, you're like, and like, you know, giving people these labels for something that it's like there was a limited amount that they could do in that situation to mitigate what was happening. But definitely people are still accountable for like people that they hurt, relationships that get damaged, you know, that kind of thing. You're accountable for figuring out how to apologize to people and make amends and like repair that, you know. That's how I see it, but I understand why people have different feelings about it. Sorry, my throat is going. Goodbye, Sierra. A lucid panic attack? Yes. I'm like reading that. Yes. I would say that for me with my PTSD, a lot of my panic attacks are like that because for me, my flashbacks aren't they can be. They have been visual, they have been auditory, and they have been like sensory, but for me, my panic attacks or my like flashbacks tend to be emotional. So like I tend to like what happens to me is that like my brain basically like gaslights itself, and then I'm like, I don't know what is real anymore. I don't know if I'm safe in this situation. I don't know who you are. I don't trust anything that you're trying to do. I don't know what your motives are in this moment, and like I don't know what I'm doing, and like it like everything falls out of my head, and I have to like kind of piece together like what is this reality and what is the reality that like I am experiencing but is not real. And so I have to like start sorting like, all right, this sensation is real, this sensation is fake, this feeling is real, this person, this is their name, are they trying to hurt me right now? I don't know, put that one back. And like that's kind of how my panic attacks go. So I'm usually fairly lucid in that like I understand what is happening and I am trying to sort through it and get past it. But also like in the very, very beginning, I definitely had panic attacks where like you're saying, where like where like yeah, it was like weirdly funny to me. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I guess it's normal that you're just like, like, you know, and you're just like, this is so stupid, this whole thing is stupid, and you like laugh to yourself because you're like, this sucks. And it makes you laugh. Again, speaking the truth, Chase. Speaking the truth. Yeah, anxiety, panic attacks can happen because of anxiety. They can also happen because of other disorders. PTSD usually has anxiety as comorbid, and depression, isn't that fun, as comorbid with them. And so panic attacks can happen with PTSD, and often panic attacks with PTSD are mixed in with flashbacks. Anxiety is a condition and also like a feeling that you can feel. And then panic attacks are things that like can happen either as a result of anxiety or just on their own. Some people have panic disorders, which is just like they get panic attacks and they recur, and like they will like have a trigger, build up to the panic attack, have the panic attack, and then stop. And like that's how their anxiety manifests, as just like a pattern of panic attacks. So they're related, but anxiety is the umbrella and panic attack is something that happens underneath it. A boiling pot of moodiness. And you also gaslight yourself. Gaslighting yourself is pretty normal. Pathetically funny. And I don't know a better way to explain. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it either, but it's definitely like it's definitely a very sad laugh. But it's kind of, I don't know. I guess it's like, let's call it like, the laugh of the downtrodden, or like the laugh of the bitter. We got to think of a good name for that last category of people. But like the laugh of like people who are like in it, you know? The laugh of the person who is in it. Because then if we name it that, then we can tell people that that's what it is, and then they'll feel less alone because they'll know that there's a bunch of other people who are also I don't know what the word should be. The laugh of the sufferers. I don't know. Yeah, anxiety, panic attacks tend to come from a thought chain, yeah. Which is one of the reasons why, like, triggers for me lead to it, is it's like, I get a trigger, so, like, also with PTSD and other disorders like this, I think. It's like, it's about your when you get PTSD, your nervous system gets rewired differently, so it's a literal biological change. That's what I mean when I'm like, I can't help it, there's only so much I can do, is that like, it's biological. There's literally only so much that I can do. My body will take over at a certain point. And so like, panic attacks can also happen when your nervous system gets overstimulated in like too much fight or flight, and it'll go, which I think is probably what happens when you're on a bad thought chain, is that you're just like really stimulating your nervous system and making it very, very stressed out. And then your nervous system kind of like explodes because it can't handle it. Oh, anxiety attacks tend to come from a thought chain. Panic attacks don't necessarily. All right. That is a clarifying point that I did not know. Thank you, Chase. Oh, that's awesome, Chase. It was the worst thing that you felt at the time? Sounds right, yeah. A lot of people explain it by saying that it feels like you're dying. So that's how people explain it. For me, it doesn't feel like I'm dying so much as it feels like reality is coming apart and nothing is real, which is like, you know, dissociation really bad. So I'm just like, I am the mist. Like, it's fine. I can laugh about it because I very much understand my brain now. And I also like have compassion for it because I didn't give myself PTSD. Now did I? Oh. Yeah, Nathan, I would definitely like, if that happened to you, I would definitely like try to go to a therapist, because therapists see people for short-term problems like that too, and like could probably give you some good tips for how to handle something like that in the future if it ever happens again. But like, I feel you. It's really hard to like, but we all have things we're not proud of. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess, like, I wouldn't want any of my worst moments to be cherry-picked and for somebody to put them in my face and be like, this is who you are, Kara. Like, this is who you are. This is what the world thinks you are, is all of your worst possible moments that you are deeply ashamed of and deeply regret. I wouldn't want somebody to do that. That's why I don't like it. I don't like that the internet doesn't, like, provide nuance for stuff like that, because, like, why on earth would it be okay to do that to somebody? That's just so damaging. You know? We all have done things that we are really not proud of. We all have been less healthy, like mentally, less good functioning. And again, that doesn't make us not accountable for the behavior that we did when we were in those moments. But like, we do, like, you gotta cut people some slack somewhere. You can't expect people who aren't healthy to behave like healthy people. It's just not how that works. All right. The laugh of solidarity. Wow, that's a great term. Hey, Zareka. Cool. Bully Birdie, same. It's fine, but get me some shrooms. Sorry, for people who don't know, psychedelics are being experimented with in research, which this goes back to why LSD was invented. LSD was originally a therapeutic drug. It's fine. There's a whole history there. Anyways, they're experimenting with psychedelics to see how it can help people with trauma. And so far the results seem relatively promising, but there's also been few studies done. So I'm very excited and I'm ready to go do some shrooms to fix my brain. Though they have done studies that have proven that LSD can make you permanently happier. So that's fun. Oh, jump scares from random noises. Also very relatable. Really loud thuds. Loud thuds in the wall, loud thuds from outside, loud thuds from the ceiling. It's one of the reasons why, like, I went and I'm paying for a more expensive apartment that is a townhome, specifically because I've had too many apartments where, like, the floors were very thin, or the person above me wore boots, or I don't know what was going on, but, like, the loud noises from above, like, I was just in a perpetual state of adrenaline. Like, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep at night. Like, it was really rough. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, I really want my own house so that I don't have connected walls to people. So that I don't have to get triggered, which, like, it's a very minor trigger for me it's like a panic response. It's very, very, very minor. But again, like, you get enough of those stacked up on each other and it's bad. And you get enough of those in a morning and then I'm like stuck at a 4 for the rest of the day. It's a whole thing. Point being, I want a house. And yeah, that's relatable. If you're dreaming when it happens, ooh, that feels real. That feels real. Like you're watching a life through a TV screen. For me, it's like weird. Everybody describes dissociation as being out of their body. I actually didn't realize that what I was experiencing was dissociation until like 2 months ago when my therapist, like, okay, this is a very big success in my treatment and I'm just gonna let you guys in on it because I think that it helps illustrate something about like PTSD. But like two months ago, I was like telling my therapist, I was like, oh my God, it was so bizarre. I was like sitting on my couch and everything was fine. Nothing was wrong. And then all of a sudden it was like a drop appeared in my vision and like everything became clear and I could feel. And I could like feel my body and I felt like my body made sense in the space around me. And I was like trying to explain it to him. I was like, what was going on? What was that? And he was like, that was you being present. And I was like, oh, what am I the rest of the time then? And he was like, dissociating. And I'm like, what? So like, I'm like normally dissociating at least a little bit. So like for me, it's really hard because people always describe it as being outside of yourself and like watching you from outside of yourself. And like for the vast majority of my entire life, I've been dissociated. And so it doesn't feel like something that I'm like looking at myself from the outside so much as it feels like a veil, I guess, descends between me and the world and everything gets super blurry. And it just gets blurrier the more dissociated I am. And then I stop recording memories, which is one of the reasons why my memory is very bad. But like, you know, again, people don't talk, like, you don't get this. Batman won't tell you this about trauma. Oh God, Chase. I know somebody who's gone through that cycle. I'm really, really, really sorry because it was really, really hard. It was really hard for them. Down to Oregon we go. Good. Good. I'm glad things are better, Whitley. CBT helped. Also, I'm going to be real with you guys. This helped me a lot. This is the inhaler that I showed you that has CBD in it. And so it's immediate. And so when I get triggered now, I can take a puff of this and then I can de-escalate my triggers. So it's a lot easier for me to go out in public now without being scared. Oh God, I'm so sorry about nausea. The shrooms! I want the shrooms. The numb dissociation? Interesting. All right, tight. I've caught up. I finally caught up with the chat. Oh, sorry. Leaving the house, taking a walk. That's fair. My therapy is I'm still doing EMDR. I'm still working with my therapist. It's a lot. It's a lot, but I'm also like definitely 100% for sure on the path to recovery. Hey, MJ! Congratulations! Congrats on your car. Oh, I don't know what that means. Whiner? Thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. You know, one time, Bully Birdie, I was dating a boy And I use I use weed. I use weed therapeutically. It's very helpful. It's very helpful for people with PTSD, okay? And it's also very normal for people with PTSD to like, oops,
Dance.
rip-a-roodles! Rip-a-roodles! Rip-a-roodles to us. Frasley! Hello! Oh my god, Mass Effect Legendary! Are you enjoying it? Is it the first time you're playing or have you played it before? Also, welcome in everybody! I am going to preface this with just a little bit of a heads up. So we are playing Windwaker Randomizer right now, but we are also having a pretty in-depth conversation about mental health and mental illness, and kind of sharing our experiences and talking about that. So if that's something that might be like triggering to you or concerning, then I just wanted to give you that heads up. But it's a very light conversation. It's light. It's a chill conversation. We're just learning, but some people aren't. Some people. I want you to have control over what you expose yourself to. Okay. But yeah, so welcome on in. My name is Kara. I go by Chiritoma Online, and I am a narrative designer for video games. And I also stream and play cozy chill games and stuff. We like to have a lot of discussions here, actually, so I guess that's that. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Frasley. Loving it. First time all the way through on Mass Effect 3. I've never played a Mass Effect either, and I'm pretty sure I want the Legendary Edition to be like my first go. I've also heard that people playing through Mass Effect 3 for a second time are kind of like, having like different feelings on it. It was the Deku Leaf. We needed the Deku Leaf. That our therapists are miracle workers. It is a great place for that. I hope so. I'm very excited for Mass Effect. Well, everybody, if you want to go check, please do go check out Frasley's streams. There's such a positive, wonderful space to spend time in. I think, like, obviously, if you guys like this stream, you would like Frasley's. So, where am I? Oh! No? Yes. I don't know. The deal with this dungeon is that we went through the dungeon and then we ran out of small keys. So we have to figure out a way to beat this dungeon without all the small keys. And that's where we're at right now. So we got the Deku Leaves for last stream, and I'm thinking that we might be able to actually finish this time. You can be gay with beautiful aliens. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. But yeah, that is, oh, and also, heads up, I'm gonna talk about weed, because I was talking, so what we were talking about, I have PTSD, and I was kind of talking about how I see the stigma of mental illness manifesting today, which for me, the way that I see it manifesting mostly is that people mistake somebody's, like, symptoms of someone's mental illness for character traits, and because they misunderstand that, they tend to not offer support in the moments when somebody needs it the most, because they'll be instead kind of being like, oh, this person's being a real jerk right now to me for some reason, and they kind of like get defensive reactively and are like, well, you're being a jerk. I'm not gonna be nice to you, you know? And I was just getting on my high horse about how great THC and CBD can be for people with PTSD. It's really very helpful. It's really very helpful, and it's one of those illnesses that you see people get high a lot. So one time I dated a guy who didn't really understand, and so he would like stop me and be like, as I was like, to be fair, at the time I was suffering from endometriosis as well, which is when your uterine lining grows on your internal organs, so when you have your period, you bleed internally, and it sucks. It's very painful. So at the time I was using it mostly for that, and he was like, you're relying on too much on weed to cure your internal bleeding pain, and I was like, I am gonna break up with you. Like, I was like, this relationship is basically over. I thought it was hilarious. In hindsight, because I did break up with him. All right, I think we have, oh, right, yeah. Oh, no. Do you wanna come over here? Come all the way over here, my dear. Come even closer over here. Because I don't want you to go into the lava. Kaboom. Amazing. Is this where the small key is? All right. All right, we found the small key. It's time to beat the dungeon. Damn it. Damn it, okay. At least we really did not miss a chest. I was worried, but it really was not that. Root. There we go. Took a hot second. I think that the boss might die in less than 3 hits because we have the Master Sword. That's quite fair. I missed the Tingle Tuner chest. I don't have the Tingle Tuner at the moment. Is there a way that I can I get the Tingle Tuner chest? Oh, wait. You just need the bombs, don't you? Thank you, Yellow Ring. That's fair. I mean, also to be fair, I wouldn't necessarily suggest that somebody smoke that much weed unless you need to. So like, I get it. I'm just gonna, nice. I wonder if there's gonna be anything important in this chest. Okay, I'm not sure that I opted in to have them mixed up with important things in this randomizer. That sounds like that's related. And to be fair, I wouldn't. I feel, you know, yeah, like, how do I get back over there? Oh, I have the leaf. I have the leaf now. The whole world is my oyster. I feel like a death threat is pretty bad, so I feel like it's good that you held him accountable. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the PTSD was involved. I think like a normal person wouldn't normally like, you know, make a death threat against a person unless probably they were, you know, a little, you know, maybe, you know, maybe it wasn't something he would normally do. This way? No, this way. This way? Jazz cabbage? Weed? Yes, I do. Confidently, I can tell you so. I know a lot of, if you're a person who's curious about medical marijuana, not only do I have a license, but I also know a lot about like different ways and methods and kinds that can be helpful for different things. But yes, I definitely use it, and I use it exclusively medically. Jazz cabbage. Which is not a problem if you use it recreationally as well, to be fair. But, yeah. Yeah, I feel like based off what you've told me, Chase, what you did. Yeah. Perfectly fine. Ooh, you'd like to try edibles. That makes sense. I actually would gently suggest, just because like the first time I had edibles, I had a really, really, really bad experience. So I would like for you to avoid that. And because edibles, when you take marijuana and edibles, they are much more intense than when you don't. And so I would suggest getting a tonic. You can get a spray that you can spray on your tongue or under your tongue. And I would suggest that first because it's much easier to control the dosing with a tonic than with like a food. It's really hard to know with a food. Everybody's already like, blah! I don't think edibles are bad for your first time, but I do think that you need a method to be able to control the dose. And I think that that's what's really important. I think the actual issue with edibles is just that like a lot of the times they're dosed for people who use weed. And like your first time that you use it is not, you're not gonna have the same level of tolerance, and so it can get really intense. I'm sorry if you already knew all about edibles and we all just explained a whole bunch of stuff you already knew as well. I'm sorry if that happened. All right. Wow, damn, all right. Sustainability, we're only gonna use the one piece of wood. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, we only use the one piece of stick. Did I really never? Oh, perfect. I don't understand. Then where am I supposed to go? Oh, this is a new area. Oh, okay. It's a new area. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. That makes more sense. Over here. It doesn't really matter. Ooh. It doesn't really matter why Chase, but also I can tell you for certain that that would trigger the hell out of me. So, again, not an excuse, but like, it would make sense if that was the reason for it. Where are we going? There is a chest that is supposed to be over there. Oh! Yep. I don't even need the sticks. I'm gonna use my flame arrows, because I'm cool. We should have a smoke sesh with the jazz cabbage. I mean, sure. Oh, I thought we already had. All right. Cool. We're ready. Oh, so you're open to tips? Hell yeah. I'll give you as many tips as you are interested in. Oh, right. There is a man located in one of... Is it this one? No? Where is the boy? You! Which one? With legalization and buying from a dispensary, you can get super precise. It's true. Edibles still, though. Okay, so the main thing, so like, here's the thing. For people who've never, ooh. Oh God, a 50 milligram cookie? That sounds horrible. That sounds really, really horrible. The first time that I had an edible, Zek gave it to me. So I'm just throwing Zek under the bus. But Zek gave it to me and I took it and it was really bad. It got really intense really fast. So I decided that I would go to my apartment that I had just moved into where I was living alone. Literally, it was my first night in that apartment. So I went in there by myself, shut the door, and my bathroom door was locked. And I immediately hallucinated that there was a man trapped in my bathroom. And like, that was my bad trip. You don't normally hallucinate. You don't really hallucinate with THC, but I convinced myself through like hearing my neighbors, basically. I was like, there's definitely a man in my bathroom. It's strong enough, like I believed it enough to be a hallucination at the time. So that's why like you want to be careful with edibles. Edibles, the different methods of taking weed have different effects on your body. Let's do a weed primer. There's THC and CBD. THC makes you brain high. CBD calms your body down and also lowers inflammation. CBD is really great. It's non-psychoactive. You can use it for a ton of things. This is actually CBD. This inhaler that I have is CBD. I use it for calming down my PTSD triggers. I use it specifically because it calms down your nervous system, so I use it to counteract my triggers. This is THC. This is my vape. This is my cute little vape. I don't know if you guys might have seen me use it once or twice on stream, especially when I have migraines. I use THC for pain, nausea, stimulating my appetite because I don't have an appetite, and also for like, what's the word? Not anti-anxiety. I don't want to say anti-depression because it's not that it's anti-depression. It takes me out of certain thought patterns that I can get really, really trapped into. And it helps, it like loosens them up in a way where I can think through them and think through them rationally instead of like kind of leaping to conclusions really fast. So like kind of hilariously contradicting what most people think about weed is that like you get high and like fuzzy and you're not all there. A lot of times for me, how it functions with my PTSD is that I think more clearly when I'm high than I do when I'm not high. And that's specifically because like when I'm like triggered and I'm in a certain space, it's difficult for my brain to like actually like think through the thoughts in a rational manner, and getting high enables me to think through the thoughts in a rational manner and to be like, oh, okay, that's not what's happening. It's chill. So this is a vape. This is a way to smoke the weed, but it's not really smoking the weed. So you can like smoke the weed directly with like a bong where you put all the weed in the thing and you light it up and then you're directly like lighting it on fire. And then you inhale not only the THC, but you also inhale all of the burning things. So you inhale a lot of carcinogens. This is a less harmful version of that, where instead of burning the weed, the goal is to get it to heat up to just below burning point, and then to have the vapors from it like extract the THC so that you're just getting warm air instead of getting actually burnt leaves that with like all of the carcinogens that go into it. These two are my favorite methods that I've tried so far of intaking weed, both because they're mostly instant. Edibles can take anywhere between 15 minutes to like an hour to 2 hours, depending on how you take them in. Like if you put it under your tongue, it goes a lot faster than if you put it on your tongue or swallow it. If you swallow it, it can take an hour to 2 hours. If you put it under your tongue and hold it there for 30 seconds, you can get a response within 15 minutes. It's like I have a clinical like Excel spreadsheet somewhere documenting all of the different effects of the weed so I can figure out which one worked for me best. Ha ha. These two I like. This is an inhaler. This is very new. I'm just gonna show it to everybody. because it's very good. Which is, this is an inhaler. You use it like an inhaler and it's instant. That's what's good about this. It's discreet. You don't have to burn anything. I don't think it's harmful, as far as I'm aware of. And like, you can use this out in public without people being weird about it because they think that you have, you know, you have asthma or something. They're not going to ask questions. They're not going to be like, why are you using an inhaler? Because that's rude. Yeah, so those are my main methods, mostly because they're instant. And for me, I need a lot of like, if I'm in pain, that's what this one's for. If I'm having anxiety or I'm triggered, that's what this one's for. If I have nausea, migraines, negative thought spiral that I can't seem to make out, and if I need to feel hungry. So that's why there's a lot of medical benefits. Can I just jump over there? Nice. Oops. Yoink! Incredibly potent muffins. You could not feel yourself standing on the floor holding your phones? That sounds awful. I would hate that. I would hate that. I hate that. That super makes sense, Chase. Oh, and to be fair, to be clear, you won't hurt yourself. Well, I mean, like, you know, please don't operate heavy vehicles and stuff when you're high. Like, don't do that. Don't operate like power drills, so don't do that kind of thing. This is not my fault. Oh my god. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. Me after getting hit by a bus.
Grab your sword.
Dance.
The horde.
Oh, J Phoenix. That sounds intense. Well, also, hello! Oh my gosh! Hello, welcome in! How have you been? I feel like I haven't... Melody Serenadina. What were you playing? I'm very curious. Oh, the New Horizons update? That's fair, me too. I'm like destroying my whole town and starting over from, well, not starting over from scratch, but I am gonna change basically where everything is located, so that's how it is. How are you doing? Also, as a heads up for everybody who's just got here, I would like to warn you, we were talking about mental health in this conversation. We're now talking about weed. We're talking about weed because I use it medically for my PTSD, and we're kind of talking about, we're just talking about it. So if that makes you uneasy, or if you've got young ones around, then please feel free to head out. Thank you for coming though. Otherwise, please stay. Please stay, hello. We're in this randomizer. I'm very slowly making my way through this dungeon, and I mean very, very slowly. Mostly I'm focusing on talking to the chat. Hello, please like come over here. Can you just come all the way over here so I can kill you all the way? No, 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 come back, come back. Hey, 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 hey. Bye. Can I shoot it with my bow and arrow? Will that kill it? Because doesn't it refuel its health every time it goes underneath the water? Flower or concentrate? Flower for me. Yeah, anti-spiraling is probably the best way that I would say it. Yes, you should definitely consult with your therapist first. I don't really know much about how about how marijuana affects ADHD. Yeah, I don't really know. I do know that like when you're high on THC anyways, and again, this varies depending on what method you use. So like this, no matter what, because I have THC versions of the inhaler as well, no matter how I use it, it doesn't get me brain high, which is great. I mean, it's not designed for that. It's literally designed for people with PTSD, so it's not supposed to get you brain high. But like even with full THC, this doesn't get me brain high. Whereas like this gets me a nice comfortable high, whereas smoking like actual flower, like setting it on fire or using like a bong, like that stuff gets you really high. And then if you use an edible is much more of an embodied experience, so you feel it a lot more in your body and it's like much more consuming. So like that's why edibles are a bit risky for somebody's first time, because if you go wrong, which is not super hard to do when you're a beginner, and if you go wrong, it can be really intimidating to like feel it all over your body and feel it in your head and to feel like it's kind of really oppressive. It's only really that oppressive, from my own experience, when you eat an edible or when you like use a bong, because those are really, really, or smoking a lot. I get like setting it on fire and combusting it a lot, I guess, would all give you like really intense kind of highs, whereas like this and this are much, much chiller. You're getting a lot less THC like per hit and stuff like that, and so it doesn't affect your thinking in the way that like a lot of people say like marijuana does, but instead how would I say this? Instead, it's just easier to lose track of a train of thought. It's not like you're thinking weird things that you wouldn't normally think, and it's not like it's impossible to hold a conversation down. It's just that you like you think you're in a train of thought, and then you'll like float away with that train of thought, and now you're thinking about like if people ate chocolate and chocolate were as big as trees and chocolate grew on trees, what would that do to the world economy? Like, you know, you're like just like kind of like thinking about things. And it's like kind of harder to like hold on to a really long, when you're not used to it, it's harder to hold on to like what you were saying. You'll like start on a paragraph and then you'll get to the middle of the paragraph and you're like, I don't remember what the point of this sentence was. So that kind of thing's very normal. It can be a mood stabilizer, not all the time. Some people find that, and it's not just like, here's the other thing, my friends, that I have recently learned is that higher quality weed tends to be better, not in terms of like, oh, it's a better high, but in terms of like, low quality weed can give you anxiety. Like low quality weed can make you feel kind of anxious. It's not the same as having anxiety, but it makes you feel kind of anxious. It can like play into that. And so like if you do go for flower, I would spend the money on something that's like from basically like if you go into a store and the weed person recommends something, then I would take what they recommend. I usually always go by recommendations because they know what quality is. Trust me, they're really high all the time. But yeah, so like low quality bud can have like cause like weed can make you anxious if it's low quality, and so you'll, you know, and then there's different strains of weed. So there's different like breeds, I guess, of weed, and they can have a different effect. So I played around for a long time until I found one that like was like still kept me energetic, kept me pretty clear thinking up here, stimulated my appetite, and stopped the thought spirals. And like that's the stuff that I use now. So you can like play around until you find something that fits you as well. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you, Bully Birdie. I think that's fair, Whitley. So you looked them up? Ah, that's fair, Chase. Yeah, no worries, Moon Princess. Also, hello, sorry, I am so far behind on the chat. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. seeing a lot of the new content in New Horizons. After wiping your island clean, so it's amazing. Hell yeah, blaze it up. I'm like, it's like, we like Harvest Moon, and there's a certain kind of temperament. It's fine. Link looks like he's melting because we're inside of a volcano. The science for why it provides different kinds of highs are basically that the amount of THC that make it into your bloodstream is different. When you take an edible, it goes directly into your bloodstream. When you inhale it, it goes through your lungs. And basically you just get more THC when you combust it, is from what I understand is the difference. What if you think about things while not on the effects of anything? I don't know. What happens then, Rom? When you're stuck in a boring meeting? Real. Very real.
Kupo? Blaze it, Kupo! Weed, Kupo! 420, blaze it!
It's fine. Can I, like, I'm just gonna put you over here. You just stay over here, my friend. There we go. Finally made it. I just gave up. Violence was not the answer. Here we are. All right, so indica equals more CBD, sativa more THC. Yeah, although like generally whether it's an indica or a sativa, it's usually still THC dominant. You would need, like, if you want CBD specifically, you need to look for CBD specifically because they sell them like separately because CBD is legal to sell without THC. So they do it very different. I think there's another, yeah, this is where you get the grappling hook originally. Let's go get the grappling hook. Maybe it's the light arrows. Oh, well then I guess it sounds like it doesn't impact ADHD too much, which is good. No. Just fly back down. Hello! I didn't, but that's pretty cool. Hi! Hi! There you go. I would recommend, for anybody who wants to use marijuana medically and like is gonna be exploring that, make a journal and like keep track of not only the name of the strain, but also the grower you got it from and like how it affects you and like what the intake method was. Cause I've smoked for a few years, but I didn't really figure out what was best for me until I started doing that. So I guess the doctor recommended it for a reason, didn't he? Definitely check. Better safe than sorry. CBD bath salts? Interesting. Interesting. I have literally no idea whether you can absorb CBD. Well, no wait, I do. Oh my god, I forgot about this. I tried a CBD massage oil once. I mean, it's not like you can absorb it into the skin and it gets into your body, but like supposedly, if you want to believe the massage oil companies, then you can massage it into your muscles and it loosens up your muscles. I actually did have promising results. Like if you find a strong THC CBD oil, put it on your muscle knots, it actually works really well for that. It does. But I don't know that like soaking in a bath would do it. I mean, maybe. I don't know at all. No. What did I get? Did I open the chest? What did I get? Did I open the chest or did I leave the chest there? Did I open the chest? It's fine. There's chests in here. Oh, fourth piece of heart. All right, thank you, Mac. Sorry, the multitasking. Oh, great. I think I only have 20 more of these that I can find. Oh, heck! All right, I guess it's fine. Let's go to the boss! Yes, definitely, yes. You absolutely should ask for professional advice. I think that's the right thing to do. Can I just, what if I just shoot you in the eye? Yeah, okay. Just wondering. Just wondering if I could cheat. Can I? Oh, nope. Nope. Aim. Oh, come on. There we go. I always kind of liked how this guy looked with the lava cracks in his skull, because he like glows. And it's fine, but I think that everything is better when it glows. Maybe not everything, but like 90% of things. If it is an appropriate time to glow, then I like it. Only appropriate glowing is allowed though. And yoink. Good night, Moon Princess. All right. No. I love that, like, I'm not even bothering. I'm like, it's fine. I don't, can I, oh, I can't even look up that high. All right. Aw, man. And there we go. Hooray! Now it's just a cute glowing lava bug. Bring me here. Go. Yay! The first dungeon we ever entered, we've now finished! Only appropriate glowing. Epsom salt does pull the acid away from your muscles? Have they concluded that? I like Epsom salt baths. Oh man, really? Are you serious? You know what? Do I need to go talk to the Deku Tree in order to have him give me Farore's Pearl? Is that how this works? At least I got money. At least I got money, I guess. Could be one of those things. That's fair. My doctor didn't give me any specifics. I just tried Epsom baths on my own. All right, so fine. Let me see what happens when I go talk to the kid. Maybe he'll give me something. I still need the boomerang if I want to finish the forest haven. All right. He doesn't give me anything. Let me go see if I can jump across the island to the platforms. There's supposed to be like a chest on the platforms. The lactic acid? I mean, honestly, it would make sense for me, Chase, because Epsom salt baths are one of the only things that can get my muscles to chill out a little bit. I think... Is this the other exit? Yeah, maybe this is the other exit I wanted. Ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Yo, what up? I don't remember whether that did anything for me, but... Do you think it's that tree? Let me try to climb up over there, see if there's anything over there that kind of looks like, oh, I don't want to climb up that. I'm gonna go see what's on this tree. Yep. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Stop it! Stop it! Oh. Yeah, no. I'm excited for when, you know, we eventually legalize this very, like, inexpensive and hopefully safe thing for everybody. Oh! Okay, let's go restart that. Maybe I'll just drown. Maybe I'll just drown. That was embarrassing as hell. For some reason, I thought the sail was the Deku Leaf. Not to mention, let's just replace paper with hemp. It grows faster, okay? Oh, damn. Washed me ashore on the beach. All right. All the way at the other end of the island. It did quite. Hey, Queen. Me too, Chase. On both. On both things. I feel strongly about both. I'm sorry if you heard that over the microphone. I didn't think it would be that loud. My shoulders have been messed up today. To be completely frank, I don't. It would be funny, but I don't like being high on on stream. Maybe at some point I'll, you know, I don't know, I'll find something interesting to talk about and do like a one-off of that. Is that the wrong direction? Maybe it's fine. Let's go. Oh, it seems even faster, actually. Oh, I'm almost out of magic. That's not good. All right, there we go. Patreon stream where everyone is high? Honestly, I wouldn't mind. There actually has been one where I was high for it because I got a migraine right beforehand. Whee! A thoroughly vetted medical supply chain. Just like once per month. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It was a good stream, do you think? I lose all sense. I lose all sense. Maybe someday. Can I like shoot that bird? Would anybody be offended if I shot this bird? Oh! It's literally just a random cave. All right. How many treasure charts are there in this game? Max of 35, maybe? Please? Ah. Do, 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 do. Glad it helped. All right, yes, good night, Harvest. I shall see you soon. Yes, thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you're doing very well, and I hope you really enjoy your dinner. Thank you again. Bye-bye. We're sticking around for our weed talk. 64? Wasn't type of fast-growing, cheap material. Apparently, I've heard that before, Angel. I have no idea. I have nothing to, like, functionally verify it as true, because I don't remember where I read it, but I have heard that before, that, like, supposedly there's a conspiracy against, like, hemp because it's too good as paper. What do we do now? There's a lot of maps overall. Okay, so we got the wind gods are, oh, we got the earth gods lyric. We can go do the earth gods. Yeah, how about that? Let's do the earth gods place. And maybe we'll end the stream after we do that one. Maybe. Oh, wait, there's a chest on top of the waterfall? I don't think I got that chest. Okay, perfect. But we have completely finished up Dragon Roost Island. I don't believe that there is any reason that we will need to come back to Dragon Roost Island. So, fingers crossed that I'm right. Let's go back to the Earth God. They couldn't keep up with the demand for cotton, so you're not sure if that tracks. Same. Hemp cultivation was for sure outlawed as a result of it being related to marijuana, but I'm not sure if that was to stop the hemp paper industry so much. I do know that, like, people didn't like it. Like, it was legalized for a while. I believe that, like, I don't know. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to do some research into what exactly the circumstances surrounding its getting rid of it was, because I know that I knew that at one point. I know that I studied that in school, but I don't clearly remember it. Hemp rope is very common. We do still have that. I just think that it would, I just think that it's a sustainable alternative that we could use for things if we maybe legalized hemp, legalized weed. Let's just, it's fine. It's fine, but it's fine. You know when you're like, wow, I feel like this would solve a lot of problems. It's fine, but just so everybody knows, in states that legalize marijuana, like, opioid overdoses go down by a lot. I'm like, maybe let's legalize it faster. Does bamboo take a lot of water? which takes more water, bamboo or a tree? I don't know, man, cause like, man, okay. Here, hang on. Cause here's the thing about like a thing that like, especially in the lead up to COP, I've been seeing, it's really interesting like following like, you know, climate change very closely. I basically check like topics every day for it because I care about it and I want to see progress. So like it's really interesting to see like the media landscape kind of change their tone and to see kind of like what's the angle certain publications are taking. And can I just say that I'm really freaking tired of not the one that you said, Queen, but the one that it reminded me of people being like, EVs are not as clean as combustible cars because making EVs is still bad. And I just like want to like put my head into a fridge and scream. Oh wait, I need my girl. Girly, I forgot you, my bad. It upsets me. Basically, like, what the articles are saying is that because making an EV is dirtier because it needs a battery than making a combustible gas car, therefore EVs aren't actually green. Like, that's what a lot of the articles are talking about, and that's such an interesting way to, like, tweak things a little bit, you know? Probably depends on the tree. Facts? Facts. All right, I believe it was this way. That is where we got to the... Yeah, but I gotta bring her over again. It's fine. This is gonna be much easier than last time because this time I have a freaking bow and arrow. Come at me.
I'll support you.
I'm here for it. I think that one I just ignored. We already did do a part of this dungeon, correct? Hey, Dawn! How are you? How have you been? I feel like it's been such a long time. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. But the electric grid is so dirty. Yeah, that's fair. Here in Washington, my apartment actually is like 95%. We run on renewable energy because we have a dam nearby. That like basically the entire Seattle region is like dams. They're great. But yeah, relatable. A lot of not a good argument. Combustible gas cars also have batteries. What? Nathan, no. What are you saying? Me too, Bully Birdie, me too. I want trains. And also maybe if the bill that they're still fighting about in Congress passes, because that one is gonna have the money for the high-speed trains, hopefully. Is this not the, okay, never mind. I thought this was the way, but this was not the way. One of your students' papers had to mention he was arguing for the use of electronic cars. Well, you gotta mention the counter arguments and try to rebut them. Me like, It's been a while. Yeah. Whoa. Like, bro, so is Cole. Thank you, Dawn. We do need a new energy grid. We need a lot of things. I could talk forever about this because I read a lot about it. We need a lot of things, and most of all, we need action. Oh, I need her? All right, well, let me go get her then. They're bullying me. I don't remember how I kill these guys. Okay, I don't think that hurts them. How do I kill these guys again? To be fair to you, Coop, like, it can be really difficult to, like, not be... Oh my god, forget it. Forget it! Forget it! Let's go, girl. This is one of my favorite songs in the whole game. Like the opening music. Oh. Me looks at a clock, wonders how long this is gonna take me. Because I remember some of the rooms in this dungeon. I remember some of the rooms in this dungeon. There we go. It's lovely on the harp. I actually learned how to play that on the harp. Ruto and Medley are like apples to oranges, though. They're not similar at all. Okay. You know what? I'm actually thinking, I think I'm feeling a little bit, oh, it's been 4 hours. I think I'm feeling a little bit tired, so I might actually not finish this dungeon tonight. I might save that for next time. Which is fine. We've had a lot of in-depth discussions today that we could go. You never learned how to harp? I have a harp. I think I have two. It's a long story. It's complicated. Yes. So here, let's swap over to IRL. We can continue talking for a little bit before we end the stream. And if you'd all like to share one good thing that happened to you today or one good thing you're looking forward to tomorrow, there is that as well. I just want so much more transit. Seattle's doing a bunch of transit here in the local town with the light rail that is expanding now, finally, to the suburbs so that maybe we won't have as much traffic. And I'm so ready for it. Yeah. Yeah, but I can't blame you by any means, Coop. It's like really hard to keep up with the climate change news without getting very depressed because of how they like so many articles really wanna like, man, people are all out here with their own ulterior motives. Like you get all kinds of like I use like an aggregator of different like news sites, and I'm just like looking at all of the different, and I'm just like I will say actually, Coop, because like you'll be able to look at the headlines and you'll be able to decide whether you want to read them, but like this website doesn't have any misleading headlines. Like all of the headlines basically say what the article is about, so like it's at least safe in that way. It's called Grist. Let me see what their website is, maybe. Oh. Grist.org. And it's literally just it's just about climate change. So that's the only thing that they'll ever put on there. And they usually have a very like, what will the actual impacts of this be? How are we doing? Realistic. Like they had a very like sober take on COP26. It was actually very like, they don't do the drama. They're very focused on like, you know, actually wanting a solution with climate change. They're not trying to like create drama with a lot of their stuff. And their reporting has been very good and reputable and solid and a mixture of positive and negative. So yes, if you would like to give that a shot, that's my recommendation. They're who I primarily go to now. Yes. It kicked you for putting the link in. Maybe, yeah, I guess potentially. Oh yeah, we do have Thanksgiving soon. Oh right, I'm not entirely sure whether I'm going to stream on Thanksgiving. I actually haven't decided. I might not decide until the day of because I never know whether, like, you know, I'm always like, oh, I don't want to work on holidays, but then like the stream like falls into this place for me where it's not work really so much. So like I never know how I feel about it until the day of. Tight. Well, if it's something, hopefully it's a resource that you can use. It's totally fine if it doesn't work out for you though. Science over fear pieces, yeah. You do always have to do your own research and like, sometimes just a headline can be enough that it freaks you out. Excited for your day off tomorrow? And not, oh no, you have to work on Thanksgiving? I'm so sorry. I wish that wasn't a thing. I wish that my stepbrothers, one of my stepbrothers is a chef. First, actually, both of my stepbrothers work in like restauranting basically, and they're always working on Thanksgiving, and it's like, and they always are working after Thanksgiving, and I'm always like, shouldn't be this way. Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Favorite part of Seattle Transit is that they call the trains Orca. We call one train Orca. It is a specific train, and it is not really used because there's a long story. but yes, we do have an Orca that is real and most beloved from what I understand. A sadly amazing transit system that's getting even better. All right, swapping over to IRL. Go to sleep, magical weed lady. Oh, that's the thing that like, I'm gonna be like, Dad, I have a new nickname. All right, let me also put on some music and then we'll look for somebody to raid as well. Thank you guys for coming out to this stream, by the way. The conversation, it was a nice, fun, it was a good conversation. I appreciate that we always have those here. All right, move you over there. Nope, move you over there. Nope, move you over there. Okay, I can't move you. Ah, rip. You got 100% on your Spectra. Oh my God, that's awesome. And you got to hang out with a friend. Both of those things are really, it's always nice when you like rock something you thought you super messed up. Such as retail, it's true. If I don't have to work, then you shouldn't either. Exactly, honestly. Exactly, I agree. Oh, you're saying that to me. Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh, how the booster hits you, that's fair. Good luck. For what it's worth, my booster, actually, I got the Moderna booster and it hit me much easier than my second dose did. It was much better. But then it hit Zek harder, so God only knows. I guess it's random. Thank you, Fuzzborn. Beating the second gym in brilliant time, and I'm so ready to play that game. If you have off, then why in the world are That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'll heavily consider it. I'll heavily consider it, it's true. To starting scrapbooking, oh, that's so fun, I love scrapbooking. I'm no good at it, but I love it. Oh, hell yeah, Fuzzborn. I wish wish we were closed on big holidays too. And I also wish that nobody could get called into work for Black Friday until it was actually Black Friday. It just seems nice. But I guess like nobody likes Thanksgiving, so there's nobody who's like out there like, justice for Thanksgiving. If it were Christmas. But your dog is cuddling with you. Oh, that's such a wonderful thing. Oh, thank you, Aggro. I'll definitely check that out after the stream. I might not respond for a little bit because I have a pain in my shoulder, so I'm gonna go take care of that first. but I will respond. It is definitely a nightmare, but my stepbrother is a chef. He loves food. He loves it. He lives for it. When he's not working at a restaurant, he's cooking 24/7 anyways. It's really intense. I've never seen anybody like it. I've never seen anything like it. So somehow he doesn't mind. He's really something else. All right, good night, Rom. Thank you for coming and thank you so much for the raid as well. I'll see you, I guess, like on Saturday. Target made a good decision last year. You love Thanksgiving and Christmas? I really love Christmas and I enjoy Thanksgiving. I like Thanksgiving. You know, not maybe like the meaning of the holiday, but kind of what it's become. Bob Belcher. No, indeed. You like baking over cooking? Me too. You don't think you can ever attain? I would agree with that for me. Certainly for me. I could never work in a restaurant. That stuff is, people like, wow, how do people do that? Boy, oh boy, how do people do that? All right, let's see. Oh my God, we're definitely gonna raid Warren and bully him today. That's what we're gonna do. Tight. So that's what we're gonna do. I can do it at any time. That's just how it is. That's just the way it is. Indeed. So I'm gonna briefly wait. Says the elementary school teacher. You work retail, working holidays is rough. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't worked directly retail selling to customers, but I've worked customer service dealing with customers who've had problems with things, and like, ain't nobody having a problem like a parent on Christmas Day having a problem. Whoo boy. Sorry, that's this again. Yeah. I wish we were kinder to. It's fine. We got a lot to do. We got a lot of work to do in America, but we can figure out how to do it. Two good things. Number one, you got your major declared 2D animation. Yeah! Oh my God. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get in there, Coop. And number two. Oh. Oh, thank you, Coop. That's really kind of you to say. Me blush. Thank you. Yay! Okay. Happy Thanksgiving to all my fellow Americans and also any Canadians that I do not wish Happy Thanksgiving to during Canadian Thanksgiving. They tried to promote you to customer service several times. Parents can definitely be the worst. All right, so let's get in there. We are going to raid. I'm gonna make it a good Thanksgiving, let me tell you. I'm gonna light so many fall scented candles. And nothing's gonna stop me. All right, yeah, so we will be raiding Warren today, who says that he no longer streams. So we'll get in on that. You guys know Warren Bataphobe is one of my IRL friends, just a lovely person. I will warn you that he doesn't put up with anything in his chat, so don't go in and try to troll him. He will smack down on you, and he won't be nice about it. But other than that, he's playing Final Fantasy XIV right now, and Yeah, let's get in there and chariot. Maybe let's try chariot wilding. How do you guys feel about chariot wilding? Let's like get in there and go all red. Either chariot dance or chariot wild. Pick your favorite chariot dance emote and get in there. Get in there and use it. That's gonna be what it is. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was a really lovely stream. We had some great conversations and I really appreciate that. Also, socials, Pride vs. Prejudice, buttons. All right, I got buttons. Okay, let's go. Goodbye, everybody. Rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night.